pause for a moment as the weight of what this individual had just told you starts to sink in, that you are in the realm of Demogorgon. What do you do?
Oh, crap.
He looks over at you, slightly confused a little himself at your response.
So are you trying to say that you did not intend for this to happen?
No, not at all.
Did you fall through some sort of portal, perhaps?
Most likely. I just remember falling asleep on the boat that I was on.
A boat, you say? Curious. There aren't many boats that find their way to the abyss. At least not above the waves. So if you're not here on purpose, what is it exactly you're doing here? Were you banished here, perhaps?
He kind of looks at you as if expecting to see some sort of recollection of memory of what could have sent you to this place.
None that I can think of at the moment. But wait. Did I come here with a beast?
There are many beasts in the woods.
Well, this one's a one of a kind.
I can't say that I saw anything. I found you face up the edges of the water, not too far from here.
And he kind of points down towards the pebbled beach that kind of sits a few dozen yards away from the hut itself.
I'm gonna... Okay. I need to go put on my clothes. I just realized.
He kind of nods to himself and just shrugs. He's like,
You may do as you wish. You are no prisoner of mine.
he kind of gestures for you back to the little hut that you just walked out of.
Who are you, by the way?
The answer to that could be complicated, but you may call me Rubrion.
He bows very slowly, and as he does so, the wings that he has wrapped around his body in that cloak-like fashion kind of extend outwards to their full length, and you see these very bat-like stretch of blackened leathery skin-like material that just kind of stretches as far across his shoulders, the tips of which have these same kind of silver-tipped talons or claws at the end of each of the bony fingers that stretch out the material.
I just tend to be a loner that lives out in the woods, away from all the madness of the city.
The madness of the city?
I'm assuming you're not familiar with the cities in the abyss.
I am not.
This is your first time to the underworld, then.
You can say that.
Unlike those devils in the Hells. They operate on their own level of order, I suppose. A little bit of organized evil. The cities of the Abyss, particularly here in the Gaping Maw, they thrive on chaos. You will find no such order or law here. So, it might be a little rough if you were to try to go in there. Not impossible, but definitely rough.
Kind of walks over to the edge of the hut as you go inside and start putting on your things.
So, if you were not intending on coming here, and this indeed was an accident, and you do strike me as mortal, I'm assuming you're wanting to go back home.
Of course. Is it possible?
Possible? Anything's possible here. It might be challenging, and undoubtedly there will be prices to pay, but it's not impossible.
He kind of allows you to dress in privacy. He just kind of calls out to you from the other side of the doorway.
I put on all my things and ask him, so why do you stay here?
As wild and as desolate as the Gaping Maw can be, it is the one place that offers somewhat a decent amount of solitude. Plus, I was banished from my own plane.
Your own plane?
Do not get me wrong. I am as much a part of the abyssal creatures that infest the many layers of the abyss as any of those things that lurk in the darkness of the shadows of the forest. But I am not exactly from the Gaping Maw. I'm from...
Where are you from?
Let's leave it at a place far from this madness. But it was a simple place to settle down in. It might be a little boring than what I'm used to, but I'll manage. Have managed.
He kind of looks you up and down as you step out of the hut now in your armor.
I assume you find it fits you well?
Yeah, still fits.
Good. You said you came here with a beast that was one of a kind.
Yeah.
What kind of beast exactly?
A winged panther.
A winged panther, you say? I can't say I've seen anything of that sort. At least not down here. It does have a little bit of the chaos, it sounds like. I don't think many panthers are winged.
Like I said, she's one of a kind.
I'll have to make sure to keep an eye out for it, then. Does this thing have a name?
Oreo.
Oreo. What a peculiar name. It almost sounds sweet.
She can be. If given the right items.
Curious. So what now? And by the way, I don't think I was introduced. I'm Rubrion. And you are?
You can call me Galil.
Khalil. Doesn't sound as sweet, but it seems to suit you fine. So, Khalil, what are you going to do?
Well, I need to go find her. So, you said that you found me by the beach over there?
He points down to a particular spot in the beach. It's probably a couple dozen yards away.
Just over there, where I was tending to some nets.
I think I'm gonna go over there and see if I can find any tracks.
You're welcome to try. It is a stone beach, however, not much in the way of tracks. Your best bet if you're looking for tracks would be along the forest's edge where the earth and the mud start.
Guess I'm gonna have to start there then.
He kind of shrugs.
I guess so.
He starts to kind of just look about his little campsite.
Well, if you need anything, don't forget to scream.
Scream.
I have a feeling yours will stick out from the rest of the noise.
I guess so.
You can hear, like, as you kind of look over into the darkness that is the forest beyond, you can hear some of the trees, like branches snapping and moving as if something was like going through the trees. You can kind of hear in the distance just weird like sounds as like things kind of break through and move. The cracking of a limb, you can hear a hit and thud off in the distance.
I'm gonna walk all the way over there, slowly, and alert.
Okay. Oops. That was a mistake. It's like, wait, nope, that was bad. Okay. So you go, you kind of start walking away from the little camp. You watch as Rubrion just stands poised at the edge of his little opening of his hut and just kind of watches you as you walk off towards the edges of the forest.
How far away am I?
From him?
Yeah.
At this point, probably like 40 or 50 feet if you want. Or tell me how far away you want to get.
I want to get as far away that he can't hear at all.
Okay. So yeah, you imagine you get probably like 50 or 60 feet. You kind of walk down towards the direction of where he had pointed to, but kind of lean more towards the forested edge. Occasionally you'll look back and you can see that he kind of was just watching you. And then as you keep walking, the next time you look back, you see he's gone. So you kind of like, you assume he either went into the hut, but you do not see him anymore.
I'm gonna now look around me, and
Okay.
I do have blind sight, so I can see invisible things up to 10 feet.
Yep. Go ahead and make a perception check.
Is it not doing it? Is it the computer? Oh, there it goes. $16. My first time using
Okay. So, what was the perception roll? Sorry.
16.
16. Looking around, you don't see in this general area much in the way of tracks. As he said, it was just pebbled beaches.
Well, I'm also looking for anybody that's near me, that just in case.
Yeah, you don't see anybody close by. No invisible creatures.
Now I'm going to close my eyes. Cart,
Okay.
where are you? Can you hear me?
You wait for a moment. And then another moment. Now that you're trying to reach out in this way, it's strange. There has always been this sort of presence there in the back of your mind that you hadn't realized had been there. But there's this emptiness now.
Huh.
Make an Arcana check for me. Or religion.
Religion?
Either one.
$16.
16. You wait. Your heart starts beating faster. Something is weird. It's so different. It's so lonely. And there's no Oreo. This is not how it's supposed to go. What happened? How did you end up here? The faintest tickle down the back of your mind. Almost like a whisper. A familiar whisper. You're alive? It's almost like you're listening to Afriel's voice through a wall. It's muffled, far, but it's there. Where are you?
The gaping mall?
You don't know if it's a matter of of the distance of the situation, or maybe it's just he's surprised. But you don't hear a response for a minute. I understand. I'll find help. Be safe. Follow your instincts. Follow her.
Her.
You feel this warmth in your hand. It kind of like starts as just the faintest warmth. And you kind of clutch your hand into a fist and kind of close it together with the other one. When you open your hand again, there's this ivory figurine in the shape of a panther in your hand.
The hell? Where are you, Oreo?
What do you do?
Examine the figurine.
Make an investigation check.
$13.
Kind of looking over it, you check the back. And written in Celestial is the Celestial word for guidance. You say it out loud.
Yeah.
Aureolus. Did you speak the words? The figurine bursts from your hands. This is flash of like, it's almost like a camera flash going off. Poof. And before you, the winged form of Oreo sits on the ground in front of you.
Go up to her and hug her.
She like nuzzles into you a little bit. Maybe, just maybe, you have a chance. And that's where we're gonna stop for right now.
Oh, God.
I did the boo-boo again. But we're good now. It's
was
all
quick.
Fun. So it's a quick, scattering of body parts and limbs scattered in the wrong directions. It's like the teleporter in Galaxy Quest. We just turned inside out for a minute. We were Picasso.
Picassos.
And it exploded.
It exploded. What do you mean it exploded?
And death.
Oh my god, I love that movie so much.
Galaxy Quest is wonderful. A coworker told me that there's a documentary about the making of Galaxy Quest that's really good.
Really? I have to look into this. I feel like
So that might have to be
I need to watch that
a watch
too.
party.
Yeah, I'm down for that. That sounds great. All right, well, welcome to tonight's episode of Game of Santos, where, we play D&D and do random things, and we hang out with everyone in chat at the same time, because it's great. Hello,
It's
Graham.
kind of like Game of Santos, or kind of like Galaxy Quest, but without the outer space or the science fiction or the celebrities.
It's kind of
Or
like the same
the-
thing. It's kind of
Or
like
the chance of death. Yep.
I mean, you never know. I could install chompers at the end of the street to get into the city. Just giant things that you have to get through. Why is this here? It makes no sense.
Yeah.
So other uni acrobatics checks. Let's do this.
It'll be easy. Easy peasy. All right. Well, stay tuned after the session today for another special little announcement / session. That's going to be fun to see. And I think that I don't have much in the way of announcements this week. We're playing things a little off the cuff this week, but we're looking forward to another episode of Dad's Dumplings coming soon. Hopefully we'll get to hang out with our friends over at Dad's and Dice, as that was a lot of fun.
It was
but
a blast.
But we will keep you apprised. Galaxy Quest needs some rooms with peculiar nonsensical mechanics and it that kills you. Exactly. That's what I'm saying. That's what I think the next dungeon you guys find, if and whenever you find the graveyard, it's just gonna be a bunch of those just smashing meat tenderizers for no reason. All right, so to get started, we'll go ahead and get started with our intro and then jump right into tonight's episode. Huzzah!
But I got a headache and then it just went away and my first one was bad.
That's what happens when you eat ramen noodles upside down. No, nothing. We went
From experience.
we went back live, and the first thing that was you just saying that, but then I had a headache and stuff. So I was like, and that's what happens when you eat ramen noodles upside down.
I have questions. Wait a minute.
I'm gonna write that down so I don't forget that.
Hey,
In case you never know if I ever want to.
Yeah, just in case. I mean, can you like? I don't even know how that would work. You'd have to hold the cup like this, and then just I don't know. It would be
I
weird.
could see Sonder attempting that and succeeding.
I could do that. I could do that.
Graham, first
got-
euphemism in my time.
$10, Sonder.
Yeah.
I'll put $10 on that.
you have to report it though.
Okay, first of all, Dreamy, no. Do not listen to Taco. For the love of
can do
God, do not
I
listen
can
to
see
Taco.
myself doing this. We'll record it.
We'll record it. It'll be our first and last TikTok. Sonder tried to.
Oh, no.
It'll be our TikTok.
In memory
will
of
be-
Sonder.
Nice and so romantic.
We can each come up with a strategy. Like I call it, we can use. My strategy will be using those Hot Wheel tracks and then just let it like pour down and slide.
Oh, no, that sounds fun, but no. Okay. Listen, Taco. I'm trying to let her live life without you ruining hers.
Oops,
That's all.
raw, man.
It's gonna be like Blues Brothers. It'll be super cool. So,
Yeah,
I'm not
right.
saying to
Blues
do it,
Brothers.
but
That movie was wild, yo. I wonder how many cars they went through in that whole production. As nuts. Anyway, we digress as per usual. Last we left off, the Brigade of 8 had found themselves traveling to as they are heading to Veltalar, and in the process of going towards Thay. You had a brief little diversion, a little sidetrack, as you guys had found an abandoned town or abandoned village, discovered its name of Everhelm, as well as some of the little bit of a darker secrets that it had held, as it had been at some point some sort of elven village here at the edges of the Yorewood, and had undergone a quick vacating, apparently, as parts of homes were just left as if the people just disappeared. You had found the skeletal remains of someone in armor that was emblazoned with the symbols of the Watch, a group here in this country that seems to be responsible for the disappearance of those of magical beings, magical, not needs, magical characteristics, whatever the word. English is failing me already. This is a great start. This is a family show. After which you got into a brief tussle with some elementals involving enchanted stakes of pieces of wood that came to life, as well as phase spiders that kept popping in and out of existence around you guys. That was not terrifying at all. So that being said, as you guys had spoken to the apparently druidic figure that had stood at the edges of the forest commanding this army against you, telling them that you stood against the Watch and hoped to be allies, yet receiving no response, you guys gathered your things, got back in the cart, and continued on your journey to your next destination. So, that being said, let's see here. Who's in the cart, and is anybody riding the horses?
I'll be practicing music.
Okay.
I'm gonna work on that with Sonder, so we're ready for the next town.
Alrighty.
I will be riding Asfala.
Also known as Megan. Yes. we'll just go ahead and say that Kindred also chooses to stay inside the cart. So, if you would, since you seem to be the designated, you're our DD, our designated driver. Go ahead and roll an animal handling check on that.
Okay. God, math.
God
Oh,
math.
27.
Oh yeah, I had a thing for that. Now that every time you start like freaking out about math, I'm just gonna go like, yes, the math, all of the math, it's just everywhere.
Can you apply that to my screen and
No.
filter? Oh, that'd be-
Because
that'd be
I
wish I
probably
could.
need it too. So
I
it's a
know,
win.
just apply it to
D&D.
everybody. Apply it to everybody.
I don't know if you guys could see in my video or not. I'm using my fingers. And I was like, one, two.
No, you're fine. There is no shame in that. We are,
Up to you.
you know, we're here because, you know, we like the fantasy, not because we like math.
Yeah, my abacus is in my other room. Sorry.
Okay.
Dang it. D&D, DD. Yep, that's 4 Ds. D squared? You are a
That's
D
a
squared. No,
All the D.
you never mind. Let's not go down that road. Let's not go down that road. Okay.
We have the DD.
Real
Yeah.
quick, Aaron,
Yes.
are people able to post links in the chat, or is that gonna get?
I think you can post links in the chat. If not, I
Okay.
mean, we'll watch for it, and if we need to, we can just.
Go for it, Nim. We'll see. And then if you get banned, my bad.
This was his plan all along, just to get you to.
He made a clip.
Oh, did he? Oh, yeah, yeah. No, clips should be fine. I think. I think it's just websites, other websites that are the thing. Okay, so, what did you roll?
Yeah, 27.
27.
Right?
Oh,
Is that what I said?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
He manages
universe.
to fail with a 27. I'm going to drive to your house and hurt you.
it fails.
To
Sorry,
me
the
or to
horses
him?
go wild.
Because I rolled it to my house or to his house.
Yes, one of those. You're gonna drive to one of our
Yes.
houses.
It's a very difficult wagon to handle.
It's true. It is. They are really boisterous horses. Anyway, so no,
sassy.
yeah, they are sassy. So you are fine. As you guys travel along the road, you're probably looking at probably like 2 or 3 in the afternoon at this point. So just after noon, and you have a couple hours journey still to get to the city. Yeah. All right. So, what are you guys doing?
Sorry.
No, it's fine. God damn it.
What are we doing again?
Typical Tuesday.
Ouch!
Typical. What are we doing? Yeah, yeah.
I am still kind of brooding, so I am in silence riding the horse.
Okay. Very grumpily riding horsey alongside the
Less grumpy, more
more broody.
distant.
Yeah.
Like
Yeah. In
looking
another.
off into
Yeah.
space. Yeah.
I gotcha. Anybody keeping an eye out? Alcuin, what are you doing?
I was sitting in the cart with Kindred, but I can keep an eye out.
It's up to you. You can do what you like. I was just asking.
Let's do that.
Alrighty.
I like occasionally poke my head out of the little windows and stuff.
Like a very happy dog on the side of a
Yeah,
SUV, just like.
yeah. And I am super distracted, so I got like an 8.
it's
no.
the wind.
I mean, I'm just. Yeah.
Yeah, you know. No, you're fine. You're
I'm not actually like paying attention to anything. I'm like just taking in the
Just
scenery. There's
taking
like a
in the
tree,
scenery.
there's a rock. There's a
look, a dandelion and more dandelions. They're everywhere.
Must be naturally eaten.
The last melon.
Oh no, the ADD is strong tonight.
Today's
Ooh.
gonna be today's gonna
Yeah.
be one of this.
It's gonna be one of those. That's fine. That's fine. We know it's a good time. As you guys are traveling along, there occasionally you see now a little more traffic. It's not just the occasional passing guard. You'll see other small caravans now as they kind of pass you by, heading down the same path along the coastal road. Now hadn't been a terribly narrow road, but now it is definitely turned into one of those like slightly larger highways as you get closer to the city. So the traffic of like the going and coming of people on either horseback, walking, or on wagons of their own doesn't seem to necessarily be as intrusive as to you guys. So it's not like you're having to pull over the side of the road to let someone pass or anything. But as you guys are approaching, you can see the city of Veltalar as it sits there on the coast, kind of similar to Spendelion that you guys had seen, where it kind of sits in this harbor bay that goes up the hillside. This same kind of layout is the same, where like it has the big port. You can see various large merchant vessels as they are docked currently there in the harbor, and then the rest of the town kind of goes up and along the hillside, but not so much as a rocky hill, kind of like Spendelion was. This is a very easing and coastal like plains kind of thing, and it's a very gentle sloping upwards. And you can see as you guys are approaching is that evening is starting to hit. Like the sun's not necessarily setting yet, but you're probably coming in at about like 5 or so in the afternoon as the sun is starting to get lower in the horizon, to your backs actually, I guess. So
Soul's going to spice memory everyone. It looks like we're getting close to the city. Since this is where we cannot use magic while we're there, correct?
It's probably for the best, I'd say out loud.
Then do you think that I should go there as myself, or do you think I should go as undercover again?
Well, if you're hidden, just remember that you're gonna have to come out of it at some point, right?
I wondered if maybe my kind are not as common here. He kind of looks at himself, like the way he's dressed.
Well, we're all traveling. I think it'll be fine. Everyone, what do you think?
Kindred doesn't say a whole lot, just like pulls her hood up over her head. You should do the best you can to avoid using magic, I would say.
I agree.
Okay, I could do that.
Though, we can look at getting you some other clothes. I think Khalil was supposed to have disguises from Salvador for us.
Once we go in there, then I guess we will see what it looks like, how everyone is, and if I need to try to blend in better, we could try. Though I still don't like to wear shoes.
Fair enough.
Alrighty. So you guys continue along, getting closer to the town. As you guys approach, Sol, go ahead and make a perception check, and Renan, as you are riding alongside.
Visual, I assume.
I'm sorry?
Visual.
Yeah.
Math wasn't that hard for this one. I got a 7.
Yeah. All right,
Well,
cool.
you definitely see a town.
There's definitely a town in front of you.
Trees.
23.
23. Okay. It is curious as you guys are approaching along the coast. This town doesn't really have any fortifications as far as like a wall around it. It just kind of sits on the coast, and it's a rather large town. I mean, almost to like city proportions. It's maybe not as it's probably about the same size as Spendelian, but this one definitely has a less guarded approach, at least from this angle that you are coming in. There are two like watchtowers that kind of sit by what you would assume is like the main entrance of the city itself, and therein are some there does seem to be some guards that are kind of like checking people as they go inside, but there's no large walls that kind of like protect the entirety of the city. You can see it kind of stretch out over the horizon. What would I guess be, if you were looking directly at the city on the right hand side, which would be to the south of where the city is, at its highest points, you can see that there are what looks like smaller fortified walls around what looks like maybe a castle-like structure and a couple of cathedrals that kind of seem to give you that vibe of being of some sort of importance. But other than that, it looks like a rather ordinary town as you guys are approaching.
More of a castle than a keep.
Yes.
Keep being military,
Yeah,
castle
more of a
being
castle.
nobility.
Yeah, right. More of a castle.
I don't find anything that's truly striking to me, though.
Aside from seeing that there is the guard post or the little like checkpoint to get into the city, nothing stands out as like particularly ominous or anything.
Spies, remember? Guards up ahead.
Kindred like takes the spell book that he had been looking at and kind of like tucks it into his bag and starts like leaning back into his seat, kind of fidgeting with his her fingers a little nervously. What are you guys doing?
Is anyone riding the other horse?
I don't think so. At the moment, it's just kind of tied up to the.
Where we left it on camp.
You left it back in the town. Oh, I thought you had it. No, it's tied up to the back of the cart.
We've made it pretty well undercover a few times already, so don't worry too much, Kindred.
She nods, just like, all right, no, I'm fine. And just kind of like straightens herself, and like you can see this very proud facade kind of comes on.
With no real note as to anything in particular I'm singing about, I'm gonna be singing in Elven, kind of a somber tone, but singing nonetheless.
Okay. Perfect.
I look out the front of the cart,
Okay.
take stock of everything.
You guys are slowly approaching the entrances to the city, so go ahead and make a perception check.
Uh, 14.
14.
14.
Okay. Looking around, you can see that there are a couple of there looks like a little neighborhood that's kind of off to the right, just outside of this city gate, as it were. Very ramshackle, like slum looking town where like the wood looks weathered from being this close to the coast. It's now leveled out, so you're not on this like super high cliffside. You just kind of had slowly come down the incline into this area where the city is. Looking at the approaching line, you've got probably like 6 or 7 that are in front of you in queue before you get to the guards themselves, as the cart is brought up to a stop behind this like little length of a couple other carts and a couple of groups of travelers.
Is there anyone from the ramshackle little town, or like going from there to the line, or do they get to go in some other way?
Using that perception roll, you don't really see much in the way of people like moving in and out that direction. You can see that there is movement of people in that area, but they kind of seem to be just either they are coming from the direction of the town, so it's almost as if they are like returning to their abodes from being inside the town. Some of them are leaving you can see there's like a small group of people, or maybe a small family that is traveling together. They had just left the gate and are kind of walking along some of these bigger buildings that kind of almost make a wall from the guard towers or the guard posts. They're kind of just walking along this like well-traveled path to that little slum-like area.
I just note it.
Okay. Sonder, what are you doing?
I'd like to like peek my head out the window.
Mm-hmm.
Make a perception check. Or an insight on like the guards and the people that are here in this town.
Okay. Sure. See if you'll put your mic a little closer to you sounded far away. No, you're
Sorry.
Good. No, you're good. All right.
That's going to be... I'm kind of just looking for like uneasiness. Oh, that's not going to give me anything. A 10.
I mean, you see that
or if we look weird to them, or like, why is this cart coming in? And,
right. Looking right now at the people that are in line, you see that they are a various group of people. Some of them look like just travelers on horseback. There's like 2 groups of that bunch that are obviously carrying goods. Like they have wagons that are filled with crates that have like a tarp or canvas tied over them, over the boxes. You can see like the little boxy shapes underneath. But no one seems to be giving you any special like looks or anything like that. If anything, the guards kind of are checking people through rather quickly. As you are bringing the next person in line and the next person in line, you're about like 4 people away, and you can see that with these particular guards, they are dressed in or with the colors of this city or this particular country, slightly more on the greens side than the black obsidians that the guards closer to Spandelian were wearing. You can definitely see somewhat of a variation to the armor that they're wearing as well. But there's a figure that's kind of like posted up near one of the gatehouses that seems to be talking to what looks like a sort of commander or something like that. That kind of catches your eye for the briefest moments as they do appear to be wearing red wizard robes.
Curtis, I think I might see some red wizards. Also, are we still going with the musician stratagem?
I'm still singing,
Yes.
by the way.
Mhm.
This whole time.
For now, I do think it's best.
Okay. I'm learning how to play the flute, the pan flute, remember?
Perfect.
Alrighty. So as you guys are approaching, you're now third in line, and then second.
Anything we need to do real quick to hide anything, or
I look at
Kindred. Have
Yeah,
you-
everyone looks like Kindred. Why is everybody staring
Kindred,
at
get
me?
under the floor.
I grab her and I throw her in the back of the carriage.
Wah!
He just goes out the back door,
Yeah,
lands on the horse sideways, like, we hit it.
yeah. Nobody will ever see.
And we're safe.
Kindred just kind of like tucks her robe up like closer, trying to cover as much of her body as possible. Pulls up like this little face covering to keep her mouth covered. So all you see is like her eyes and like a little bit of the pink skin of her hobgoblin self, as it just kind of keeps her hood up a little bit around her face.
So as I like scan her over real quick, can I see like anything like magic pendants? Can I see like the spine of her book? Can I see like little potions hanging out of her pocket or anything?
Make a perception check for me.
Like if I like looked at you, like, oh, you're a magic person. Ooh, an 18.
18. Not so much. Nothing that really screams magic aside from just she is wearing like a lot of clothing, and seems like it's like one of those like you're trying to not be suspicious while at the same time kind of
Don't be suspicious.
yeah don't be suspicious, and yeah at the same time having a little bit of like what are you trying to hide kind of thing because of how covered and covert she is trying to look.
Are you hot? Under all that?
Thank you.
Sorry, stare at soul.
My eyes can see right through your armor.
Kindred like shakes her head a little bit and it's like, no, I'm fine.
Okay. I mean, just don't kind of, go knifey with people. Just relax. Probably like, take off a few of the layers you have going on there.
Well, until we find out how they feel about hobgoblins, I think it's probably best that I don't try and make it too obvious. But I'll think about it.
All right. I think they're more worried about magic people compared to goblins. So I think you'd be fine if you were like a magicless, goblin. But
We'll just keep an eye out. Soul, you bring the cart up, it like lurches forward again, and now you are the next one.
you might wonder what she's not in the army.
You see for a quick moment, Kindred's eyes go to you like, oh. And then you can hear outside Renan and Soul, the guards, kind of nodding in your direction, one of them with like a little clipboard. What's your business here?
I stop singing only once he has asked the question.
Okay.
Oh, hello. These are musicians, and I am using horse and carriage to take them where they need to go. And in exchange, they teach me pan flute how to play. Big old smile.
The guard just kind of like nods slowly and then looks over to Renan and is like, right. So what's the name of the group again?
we didn't name our group.
We did.
We did.
But you can say anything you want.
No, we did come up with the name.
Yeah, we
the
did. I
brigade.
don't.
We are
Did
the
somebody-
invade. We are the brigade invade.
No.
Oh no. Two might be two on the nose.
Yeah. We are Brigade Kill All Red Wizards.
Oh no. Yeah. Kill all red
Um,
wizards.
I like
All
Having-
red wizards must die is our hit song.
Where'd he go? Give me 1 second.
You're fine.
Un momento, por favor. If this stupid thing will just load faster.
Didn't we name ourselves the Brigade of Eight? Like, weren't we just super standard with it?
Maybe?
We're all
I
just
don't
sitting
know.
there in silence looking at this guy who just
mean,
asked
you
us,
could-
like,
Yeah.
what is your guys' name?
Well, this is a part in the
It's
game, like
just
an
like-
RPG, where you have a selection.
Just
Oh,
say
right,
I
something.
haven't made a selection yet,
Oh.
and the
You have
NPC is
to enter-
just there, like,
The
just,
NPC
Renan
just
just
stands there
turns-
forever going,
Renan turns and looks at him and just says, "We are up here. And I, for one, am only looking for passage into the city to find your nearest town. The rest would like to stock up on food and the such, and gain some rest before we continue on our travels."
where are you headed?
To the east.
Towards Thay?
Afraid so. They do tip quite nicely for the right singers
you,
and
hear,
others.
you hear the other guard on the other side. Yeah, tip good with a dagger too if you're not careful. The one that was
Oh,
initially
that's-
asking the question just kind of looks over and rolls his eyes and just like continues writing down something. All right, well, mind your manners. Don't get into any trouble. Keep your nose clean. The both of you. And good luck with the flute. And just kind of like shakes his head and goes back to writing. Move on.
I lean down ever so slightly. You might want to wish us luck on that, not him.
He like looks up at you and looks over at Soul and just kind of like shakes his head and goes back to writing again.
And I just spur Asphaleth on.
I'd laugh inside the wagon. I like those guys.
We're going to be
Paul
famous one day.
literally rubbed his nose, by the way. He wanted to make sure it was clean.
Oh, right. Makes sense. All right. So moving the car on.
Okay, so the next thing you need to learn with the pan flute, and I'll just like say some bullshit as we're passing by.
Oh, okay. So you came out of the cart? Because I thought you were inside.
Oh, I was inside the cart. But like as we're heading back in,
Okay. No, I was just curious if you were inside or outside.
yeah, I was
Like-
inside. I'm sorry.
Do you peek your head through in between, like, the front and the back?
Yeah. We'll say that as you guys are moving forward, you step out onto the front. Onto the little shotgun seat.
Yeah, that front. Yeah, that's fine.
You sit shotgun. All right. So, starting your way into Veltalar, as you guys start moving into the city itself, you can see already that this close to, you're not too far off from where the docks are at. You have a fair amount of houses and looks like some small like fishing shops repair, net repair, fishing gear repair sort of places this close. But the town is yours. Where would you like to go?
Nearest tavern.
Yeah.
Nearest tavern. Okay.
What time of day is it?
You're looking at just in the afternoon. The sun is kind of setting in the horizon to your backs currently.
While we're on the way,
5 or
can
6?
Mm-hmm. Go ahead, Sonu.
While we're on the way, can I like, I guess as we're in passing, just ask somebody like where a decent tavern is at?
Sure. Make a charisma check for me.
Pure charisma.
Mm-hmm.
That's an 8.
Okay. You get a couple of like side eyes as you kind of lean down as you guys are kind of passing, stopping for a moment to kind of ask little groups of people that are walking by or whatnot, like a good place to call it a night at, basically, or to go find yourself some meals. The first few groups are kind of just like give you all three a once over and just kind of like look the other direction and just kind of ignore your question.
Dang, ouch. That hurt.
Not
That
so
hurt
much as in like a you gross, but as in like,
Why is this stranger talking to me?
yeah, just kind of like don't know, like let's just
Oh,
pretend
okay.
kind of thing. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Make an insight check for me.
Okay.
I would be paying some level of attention. Would I make an insight?
Sure.
I'm really terrible today. 15.
15.
Dang it. Yeah.
There's a little element of almost fear. Of just like looking up and seeing who's asking and seeing the company that you're with, and then kind of instantly like looking away. And having looked around, what'd you say?
25.
25? I thought you said 45 at first, and I was like, damn. I see all their
claim.
secrets.
He saw into the future.
Don't
Yeah.
you know I add a d20 every time I roll insight?
Yeah,
God.
it just stacks, you know.
Getting that, I'll go and tell the party, like, through the spice murmur, like, they seem to be scared to either talk to us or scared to talk to us and be seen talking to us. I can't tell.
You can see that for the most part, this does seem to be a more human city than anything else. Occasionally, you'll see a well, it looks like a half elf. But you see no elves. Occasionally, you'll see people of shorter stature, like what appears to maybe be dwarves or halflings, but they keep themselves well shrouded and seem to be moving quickly in this mostly human city.
Through the spies murmur. Iskra, why don't you give a shot at asking someone where the nearest tavern is?
Is it to everyone or just this group?
Just Iskra.
Oh.
I can give it a go. I say out loud. And then I'm gonna hop onto the like side stairs of the cart and kind of look around while hanging onto it.
Yeah.
It's like So
Alright.
Treasure Planet.
Very treasure planet. Are you guys traveling across the city, or is there a general direction you're sticking to closer to the harbor line, or moving deeper into the city? Just out of curiosity.
I would say just heading towards the opposite side gate.
Okay.
Not
Yeah.
in any particular hurry to get there, but
Right.
That's
No,
the
just
direction
curious
we're
if
going
you were
already.
like going just across it in general, which would just keep you kind of close-ish to the shoreline, or if you were going further south and like deeper into the city towards the
You said there was like a walled
little walled
cathedral
section.
and a
Mhm.
castle.
There's
type
like a
thing?
section towards the south, which would be to your right-hand side, kind of set up towards the top of the hill. You can see that it kind of overlooks the rest of the city.
Okay, so I can see those from here. Okay.
But you guys are traveling slow enough that it's easy for you to kind of like hop off and hop back on if you need to, because of the amount of it's starting to be more traffic, because this area still has a lot of people that are kind of moving to and fro, being this close to the harbor.
To lighten the mood, I'm gonna play my lute.
Okay.
Yeah.
So start playing your lute while you are up on shotgun. Okay, cool.
And I'll play something human-ish.
Alrighty.
Yeah, human music.
Play that human music.
Music of
Who-
humans.
Human.
This blue man can play the jazz as well.
We should have called
Please.
ourselves the Blue Man Group.
Blue Man Group.
Oh no! I mean,
you.
you still could. I suppose there's no stopping you. Iskra, you stop for a second as you see there's a couple of little market style vendors that are selling like fruits and vegetables, and you see there's like some people standing around. So the cart kind of passes by. It's not like a bright, flashy cart that you guys have, but it is definitely a different from those that you see around. Very obvious that you're traveling, so you catch the eye of a couple of groups of people as they kind of, especially with Sonder playing at the front, playing his music.
23.
Nice. They kind of like the eyes kind of follow you guys as you pass along.
I wink and wave at them, and then like try to motion some of them over.
Okay. Make a persuasion check with advantage because you have, a little musician.
Suicidal.
And I hope so. I'm hanging onto the cart stylishly. He's playing music. We're pretty cool.
It looks pretty cool, I'd imagine.
Okay, so there's that first roll. Okay, going with the first one. So that was
Magic.
an unnatural 20, artificial
Nice.
20.
Heck yeah.
All right. They come up to you kind of skeptically. So they kind of come up to you skeptically. This like, they come up to you schizophrenically is a whole different vibe. It's a whole nother mood. As they this like group of teenagers, they kind of like have a little bit of that street urchin vibe. There's these like two boys and a girl. And the main boy kind of like he does that little like swagger walk as he comes over and just like.
Are you gonna challenge us to a dance battle?
Oh,
Yes.
All right.
It's like he kind of nods like, so what's your story?
I nod back at him. Musicians, of course. Know a place we can post up for the night? Maybe play a gig and get some sleep?
Well, you're not going to find much sleep around here. There's all sorts of noise. So if you're looking for a rowdy place or a rowdy bar, then you have your fair share pick wherever you want to go. Any of the taverns up and down the way are going to be good enough for you, probably. Though, he kind of looks over at your cart and kind of over up at Sonder. He's like, can't say that the music type would be appreciated much.
And what kind of music would the townsfolk like to hear?
You got any death metal? I'm just kidding.
I could figure it out.
I just wanted to see the reaction. You got some screamo.
I switched the gear on my like loop.
Oh yeah, just turn it upside down.
Insight on
Sonder plugged his loot into
what
his
the
amp.
guy
Yeah, put it into the
what
app.
the guy said. Insight
Um,
on what the guy said.
sure.
Not that your
But then, did he actually mean heavy metal?
No, I was just
Oh,
saying.
what did he mean though?
It's like,
not at 20.
all right, modern 20. He just kind of like shrugs, like, they tend to be a little more boisterous around here.
Okay. I'll pull out a gold coin. Do you have any other information about the city that might prove useful to us?
His friend kind of like elbows him, just like when they see you like hand out the gold, just like, damn, kind of thing. I mean, what are you wanting to know?
And I'll look to Iskra. Is there, and then I'll do the spice murmur. Is there anything that we really want to know about this town?
I mean, we probably could have gotten it without bribing them, but
They deserve it. They're little kids. There was a little bit of A little bit of fear in the eyes of the people as we were passing through. What's up with that?
He kind of looks over at you and looks over at Iskra. Looks like around. It's, to be honest, we don't exactly see a lot of other folk around here.
Like me, with blue skin? Or our friend here?
Wing boy
pat-
over there.
I'll pat Soul's belly.
I mean, ain't nothing wrong with it, but we just don't see much of them.
In Elven. Oh, sure.
It kind of gives you this suspicious look of just like, what'd he say to me?
Oh, he's elvish, don't worry.
There's the slightest narrowing of the eyes.
Look, if we wanted to make some money and hear some rumors, where do you think the best place would be?
Right, that's a good start.
Well, he kind of looks over at his friend.
We're
and
not
looks
worried
up-
about sticking out. That's an advantage for us.
Mm-hmm. As a musician.
Kind of looks over at the girl and she kind of just shrugs.
I got a gold coin for you as well if you have anything that could be useful. And I'll pull it out and like kind of glimmer it in the light.
Kind of just scratches at this very like peach fuzzy beard that's kind of like you can tell he's really struggling to grow the faintest of like, you know, it's just like he's really like,
Little 15-year-old or
yeah,
something.
well, yeah, probably. He looks a little older, but you probably tell it's not gonna happen. He kind of looks over, is like, there's a place just down that way. Give it about like 2 blocks.
Mm-hmm.
It's called the Jagged Shark's Tooth. It might be something worth checking out. They're not too rowdy.
I'm gonna insight this kid because Saunders been flashing gold around and make sure that we're not getting set up to get jumped.
Right, yeah, I was just thinking about that. Good idea.
Sure.
That is
Jagged Shark's Tooth.
21.
Sounds like
21.
a groovy place.
There is definitely a hunger in his eyes, but that doesn't seem malicious.
Okay.
So he just like, it's a big enough joint for you guys, probably.
Appreciate it.
And- Sure. Just you know, you didn't hear it from me.
One more thing. Then I'll get in closer to the kid.
He leans in a little closer.
How is the presence of the Thaans in this city?
It's kind of like, for the briefest of moments, he's straining forward to hear you. And you can see that his face kind of changes and just kind of like, it's fine. They leave us alone. He kind of looks over at you, over at, Soul, and then up at, Renan. And then looks
What do you
dead.
mean, you people?
Huh? You mean you people? And then he kind of like just scratches the back of his head, kind of like puts his hand out.
Puts his
I
hand
nudge Saunder with my
Oh.
elbow.
High five.
Oh, yeah. Okay, I'll give him a gold coin. That's fine.
And just as quickly as like he puts it in his hand, he just kind of like does like this, and it just like it's gone.
Dang. You've got some skills, kid.
Took the words right out of my mouth.
I knew someone like you. Really cool guy.
I doubt it. You ain't never met anybody like me.
Well, you seem to know your way around the town. We'll be staying here for the foreseeable future. If we ever need to reach you, where can we find you?
You won't need to reach me. Don't worry about it. He looks over at Iskra. Be safe, and then kind of gives Sonder and the rest of them a almost pitying look. Just like looks back at you, kind of nods, and him and his friends like mix their way into the crowd.
Through the spies murmur. Do both of you still have your coin purse?
Yeah, I'll check mine.
Okay. You look down. It's still there.
Okay. I trusted him. Yeah.
My stuff's in the cart.
Yep.
Mm-hmm. Well, maybe those of us who look a little interesting should stay in the shadows.
I'm a big fan of hide in plain sight. There's too many of us that aren't human.
How long does that disguise cloak work for? Not too familiar with magic. Kindred?
What was the question?
That cloak that we have, the cape, how long does that last?
Let me see here. I think I want to say I think it's an hour.
Did we all get one, or is it just a few of us?
It is an hour, yeah.
It was those of us who can't
Do it
organically
naturally.
use magic.
Yeah.
Okay, that's what I thought.
But somebody could use detect magic and see that we're in disguise, right? So,
Correct.
okay. Then I'll just put my hood on, and then like roll up my sleeves so I don't look like I'm totally blue.
Okay.
Or I'll just put my sleeves down. Sorry.
Yeah. Put your sleeves down. Dab a die.
And then hood. Yeah.
All right. What are the rest of you guys doing?
I'm gonna say to Sonder, like, hey, next time, cool it with asking questions about what we're scared of. Let that come up naturally.
Okay.
That kid helped us out, right? But there's no telling he could try to make a buck off us by telling the Thayans too.
Right.
I look at the group. I have one more stop before I make any permanent stops for the night. I will see you all at that tavern if that is where you will be going.
I think we should check it out. See how it feels. If not, then maybe find another place. If there is trouble, then he'll be expecting us to stay at that tavern, so may not be the best place now.
You can please let me know.
Well, I'm gonna spies murmur. Kindred, if you set up your alarms, will they be able to know they're there, or?
If back again in the spies murmur, any of the magic spells effects that I have, if anybody looks with detect magic, they'll be able to see it.
Okay, fair enough.
I have that thing done on my staff already today, right? I believe it was done earlier.
I think it was done the night before. It hasn't been done yet.
Okay, cool.
I don't remember. I think it
I think
was
it was
because I
the
know it
night
was like one of the last things he did
Yeah.
the night before.
Okay.
With that, I'll spur Asphaleth and head towards. Do I notice any direction that like seems to be like a market square?
Um,
Or just a couple of vendors?
you've just seen a couple of vendors here and there. As far as the area that you've traveled in so far, you haven't seen anything that seems to resemble a sort of market square area, but you also have kind of stuck closer to the harbor yards in the harbor area, or that section of the city. So if there
Right,
was anything
any
more like a
bell
market, it would be probably further into the city than you had gone.
Do I see any bell towers?
Make a perception check. Bell towers as in, like, what? Like for a church kind of bell tower, or are you talking like more like alarm kind of bell tower?
Either.
Looking
Mainly
for somewhere
church,
to-
because that's more towards what people in the city are probably going to be using. The like guard towers, I suspect, would be more towards the city's edge.
Okay.
Okay. That didn't work. And that is a 19.
19?
Mhm.
All right. Looking around where you are at in the city, you do see a couple of the guard towers that you had seen like in Spandelian, but they're not as plentiful or abundant here. You do see a couple of larger towers that look like they would be bell towers of some sort. There's one that kind of stands in the closer into the center of the city, and then there's another that is kind of closer to the southern side, closer to where that walled off section with the cathedrals and the castle is. And that tower is much larger. It stands up taller than the castle does, and kind of almost gives you that like a wizard's tower kind of thing vibe to it, but doesn't at the same time.
You sitting here like, I see.
Sorry. You could have like cut out at the beginning there.
You just went through a
Oh.
tunnel.
Yeah.
Me sitting there like, what do my elf eyes see?
Oh.
It's Batman.
Joking,
Batman.
Aquin for a moment.
Yeah. That's what it was. Definitely Aquin.
Basically tongues for me, because I don't speak Aquan.
Yep.
Primordial? Sure.
Okay. So you are headed towards one of those areas.
I'll head towards the central tower.
All right. The one in the central part of the city, or not the one that's in the walled off section, right? Okay, so you go off that direction. What are the rest of you guys doing?
They did say that it was 2 blocks away that way to the Jagged Shark's Tooth, so I guess heading that direction.
And I'm going to be taking like a mental note everywhere that I'm going to keep track of how to get back where I came from.
Alrighty. So going further up the road, you. Let me see here.
I'm gonna keep hanging on to the side of the cart while we're rolling too, and every once in a while, if somebody gets close enough, hey, might be playing a show later, and then tell them where we're going.
Okay.
And if I can, I'd like to ask one of them the question of like, what are those places up on the hill?
Okay. Let me see here. Oop, nope, that was the wrong button.
Iskra thinks, I'm glad Kindred's staying in the cart. She'd probably be mad about me promoting us.
I mean, you're not within earshot. But, yes.
The more we can build the reputation that we are a a band of musicians, then better for us.
It's true. As you guys are passing along, and it is not far. It is a little slower moving because at this point in the afternoon, people are kind of moving a lot. Either they're going to dinners or coming from, going towards the dockyards or coming from the dockyards. You can see several people carrying large bundles of like sacks and things coming from the dockyard. The occasional people that you talk to, Iskra, like some of them kind of just like nod, especially as I'm assuming, Sandra, are you still playing
Yeah.
as you go? They kind of just nod and just kind of whisper to each other and just kind of like seem to give you the affirmative that they kind of understood. One couple, this man and a woman that kind of seem to be out on a little bit of a stroll as you kind of nod in the direction of the upper areas.
Yeah.
The woman kind of looks at you and well, that would be the old palace of the symbol and a couple of the old temples.
You say the old palace of the symbol.
Well, we don't really have a symbol anymore. He was the ruler here for a while. But now we have more of a council, I suppose. Plus, the watch keeps an eye on things. And that will be the center eye. She kind of nods towards, you just now see that tall, wizard-looking tower that kind of stands taller than the castle. Seemingly
Watch
kind of
headquarters, huh?
something along those lines.
Watch headquarters for where?
The larger tower that's in the walled section of the city towards the south.
Okay.
Because basically right now you're traveling from west to east across the city. So this would be south. North would be where the harbor is.
Okay.
What happened that the council replaced the symbol?
The man kind of just kind of shrugs like, times change.
That's always true, for sure.
It's like, you all magicians or something?
Magicians, no. Musicians, yes.
I keep saying that over and over. I mean musicians.
Bro played it out. It's all
100%.
So pulls a coin from behind his
We're
ear.
gonna be
Magicians,
a little bit
music.
more concerned about everybody asking us.
And if we were magicians, we wouldn't admit it, right? And I wink at him.
Oh
Here,
yeah.
Pick a card.
Oh yeah. Pick a card. Follow. You do the little cup thing where it just like goes back and forth.
As
I'm gonna
I'm
do some
walking-
David Blaine right here.
Yeah.
Street magic.
As I'm walking towards the center of the city,
Renan,
I'm gonna
pick me up. I'm gonna levitate.
I'm gonna spice murmur, Kindred. Do you happen to have non-detect?
For myself.
And for anyone else?
Just myself.
Oh. How did the guy react to the wink and the what Iskred said?
Like my joke.
Yeah.
I mean, was just. He said musicians, so
Okay.
that was legitimately just me brain farting, but that would have been great. So I just counted it as musicians, asking if you guys were musicians.
Okay. Yeah.
Well, perhaps we'll have to come by. Where are you guys intending to play?
Jagged Shark Tooth, if they'll let us.
rather hard to get in there, but they could
Oh,
use it.
really?
They're pretty busy. Usually have a fair amount of competition if you're the musician type.
You're regular?
We just lived in the city for a while.
So if we wanted to get in, is there anyone I should talk to?
I don't know. Depends on how good you are.
Ooh, I like this episode. Battle of Bands.
I would hate. I would hate to tell you someone and then you all turn out to be shit.
That's fair. That's fair.
Fair.
You shout from the front. That's fair.
But you don't have to worry about that. I give him a big smile.
The woman looks at her husband and then looks back up at you.
Got a 23
23 of over
in
what?
performance.
Oh, yeah, earlier. Yeah.
Oh.
Just as you were going. Yeah. No, I'm just. They're just saying, you're one person, not the whole band.
Yeah.
You're like the one guitarist is actually good, and everybody else is like still in high school musical.
Oh yeah.
Could always talk to Nikki. She's usually the patron in charge of the bar in the evenings.
We'll keep that in mind.
Good luck.
Yeah, appreciate it.
Hey, we appreciate your help.
He just kind of nods and does a little like salute thing, and they kind of make their way across the street away from you guys.
I'll do like a.
I swing my head back inside the cart real quick. I'm like, this kind of feels like being back home.
Yeah.
There's definitely a lot of people around. The smells of like the harbor, like that kind of smell of the ocean or the sea, wet, mud, fish, foods, kind of. The smell of smoke kind of hangs in the air of like that smoked wet wood kind of smell. It has this town at the moment has a very like Portland, Seattle vibe to it, where everything kind of just seems a little wet, but it's not like there's no clouds in the sky. It just seems very damp,
It's like moss growing on roofs
Yeah.
and stuff.
Yeah, it's just
cool.
very, very much a port town.
Smells like wet human.
So it's like, ugh, that smell, wet human, is the worst.
London.
Agreed.
London. So you guys continue along, and you're not, like I said, you were not far from it because it was like 3 or 4 blocks away from where you guys were at. But eventually you do come to the abode that is the Jagged Shark's Tooth. And there is, you can see the sign that hangs looks like a giant shark's tooth, very much like a great white or something, like the necklace kind of thing, but just kind of, it's done in this like really creaky way where it looks almost like a shark's tooth, but also has that like an artsy or just badly made flair. It's hard to tell if they were trying to be artsy with this or just really crappy construction.
Is this on purpose?
Yeah, is this on purpose? Is that what they were going for?
Not sure if on purpose or badly done. Fry meme.
Yep. Exactly. So, but you see that there is this like open little patio section where there are several tables filled with people. Kind of this patio kind of overlooks what you can see now. You're approaching a inlet, sort of, where there was almost like a little mini river where some smaller, like dinghy-sized fishing boats are kind of pulled up on shore. The street that you are traveling on is now turns into this like wood and stone bridge that kind of goes across this little area. It almost makes like a little inner bay that leads, you know, out into the harbor, but it looks like maybe locals more like, you know, have their little boats there off onto the side. There's definitely the smell of some sort of cooked food, from fried food, definitely seafood, coming from this tavern. And sitting in the back corner of this open patio is what looks like a little band of 3 humans that are kind of like either taking a break or just kind of relaxing for the moment. As you can see, waiters kind of going back and forth. It's about a two and a half story building, 2 stories for sure, but then the roof is so tightly pitched up that you imagine that there's like almost a third.
Cool.
But it has that like ramshackle, whimsy-esque look to it. It is a very interesting place. What are you guys doing?
What color is our cart?
What color is your cart?
Yeah.
I'm asking.
Oh, I was
Red
imagining like.
and orange.
Oh god.
I thought it was yellow.
Almost like a golden orange.
I could see
I thought it
that.
was
Yeah,
like
I'm getting
yellow
kind of
or
that vibe, like a
Okay.
goldenish orange.
Because you guys hadn't discussed it before, so I was just gonna leave it at
I
whatever.
drew it.
Yeah, like a
You drew it,
muted,
yeah, exactly. You
muted
drew it.
earthy tone. Yeah. I wanted to see about putting the band name on the side of the card. Just to look a little more official.
It's up to you guys.
Since I am fluent in writing with a cartographer calligraphy style, I wouldn't mind being the one who write.
In Comic Sans, you just write across the.
Oh no!
Are you
It
saying
is
this
Times New Roman?
out loud
Times
to
New
everyone,
Roman.
or
Yeah.
you are? Okay.
Well, if we're gonna do that,
What if things go to bad and we have to try to hide, but then we have our transportation with our name on it?
Maybe a banner then.
Okay, so I acknowledge that I'm by no means there,
Yes.
but what if we have to hide? Oh no, it's not like they have a person with 15-foot wings behind them. However, will they not be able to go incognito again?
Okay.
My bad.
No, you're fine.
Wait, did you say that in Spice Member?
No, he's
No,
just
because
saying.
I have no idea what's going on.
Okay.
I'm like a mile and a half that way.
Yeah.
If
he's-
we're going to stay with this plan, I think it would be a good idea. And if we want something more temporary, maybe a banner.
Yeah,
I like it. Aliquin, I called you the manager the last time we lied. What do you think?
I think a banner would be a lot better. That way, if we actually have to, disguise ourselves, we can just rip it off.
I agree.
So what are we calling ourselves?
The Blue Man Group. I don't know.
Do we want to
I mean,
do?
we do have 2 blue people.
I
We do.
like when you did that. It was nice.
Do you play anything eloquent? I mean,
Not-
you're the manager, so
I was like, not
to
really.
speak.
Like I'm usually just I'm playing or planning what we should be scoring next.
yeah, the manager.
Perfect.
Yeah.
We're gonna be like that guy in Parks and Rec, where a band's gonna change the name like every gig.
So it finds one that fits. I mean, why not?
I kind of wanted to be like, ironically named Brigade Invade. That I wanted to go with.
Not the enemy.
Definitely,
right?
we are not the rebels you're looking for.
Oh my God.
That'll be our name.
Who all speaks
Not the
Elvish?
wizards.
Definitely no magic here.
We don't have
Normal,
magic.
normal
Speaks
horse,
Elven
not
again?
Trojan.
Who speaks Elvish? Kindred.
Uh,
Kindred. Iskra.
I do too. Soul does.
So,
Nice.
like everybody speak. Sonder, Alekman, do you?
I don't.
Do
I
not.
speak primordial. My
We can have
dialect is
that discussion later. So, to those of you who speak Elvish, and you would probably be able to put two and two together that I was just pulling something out of my backside, but what I said at the gate, what I had told them at the gate, Rokir simply means horse lord, which I didn't expect them to know, and that was just like the first thing that my panicked mind could come up with. So
Sounds very metal.
Definitely. Horse Lord.
Soul on his pan flute.
Yeah.
For those of you who have never experienced the Riverwalk of San Antonio, you are missing out on the Incan pan flute people. Missed it.
They sell their CDs out there too.
Definitely horse lords. Anyway, all right. So you guys kind of find a spot to kind of pull the wagon up near the front. An attendant comes out, a young boy, probably just hitting puberty, and kind of looks up at you guys like, "You always staying here for the night?"
Do you have a place where we could house our horses and this carriage?
Sure. We got the barn around back.
Okay. Soul looks over at everyone else like, can y'all start talking now?
Yeah, that sounds good. How much for the valet?
If you're gonna stable your horses and you want me to feed them and take care of them, it'll be 50 silver per night.
It's not terrible. Yeah. And I'll go in the
You can see his eyes go, ooh.
Is that actually not terrible? That
shit.
sounds kind of terrible.
I'm okay with
per
it.
person or all of us?
I have so
No,
much
it was
money.
just just to take care of the horses. For the 3 horses.
I'm gonna say out loud to everyone, did you hear that? This guy has a lot of money.
Do you really?
No.
No.
40 silver?
50.
That's 50. Is that 5 gold
Fif-
then? Equal to 5
15?
gold?
1-5 or 0?
I'm just gonna do 50 silver.
Yeah,
I thought
50
you
silver.
said
Yeah,
50,
5
50.
50s, 50 silver to take care and feed the 3 horses.
That's cool. Oh,
How
Sonder has different pouches for each type of currency. He's like, which one's the silver one?
like this? Is it this? Is it this?
okay. Here you go. And I'll give him the 50 silver.
Like stashes it away into his shirt. It's like little like hidden pouch that look like it was just buttons, and he just kind of sticks it in, and it's gone.
Cute.
It's like starts to climb up. He's like sits next to Soul, gets instantly comfortable, and like looks into the back, and sees the rest of you in there. It's like, are you gonna ride to the stables with me, or you want to go inside?
I'll go
let's
with you
grab
to
our-
the stables.
Let's grab our instruments and then
Yeah.
I'll head inside.
All right, Kindred like grabs a couple of his bags and things, and like
Right.
puts, tries to make himself appear somewhat useful. And that might be out of character for him, but I'm gonna do it.
As he reads.
Yeah.
Do
Kindred
not
puts on an
fall.
act pretty well. So.
Yeah. So he leans over to Soul. He's like, all right, pull around over there, and like it guides you to the back barn. So Sonder, Alekman, Iskra, and Kindred disembark and start to make their way into the jagged shark's tooth. Meanwhile,
And I run on so far.
We could call ourselves Flock of Seagulls.
oh my
Oh
god.
no!
Oh, good.
The Mafia
Thaddeus.
Seagulls.
It's stuck.
God,
We're done.
no. Llama Lords?
Llama
We could
Lord.
do like
Lord.
Flocka sequel, like FLOK.
Like Waka Flocka?
PK.
Just
Yeah, like Waka
Flockas.
Flocka sequel.
And we're talking about this as like we're walking in.
It's be hilarious.
Oh, that'd be
Um,
good. Yeah.
all right, so Renan, as you are approaching this larger tower, kind of navigating your way through, huh?
Smaller tower.
The
Not the big one.
Not the big one. Yes, I know. The smaller one, the center
I
one.
don't trust the big tower.
You make a perception check for me.
Oh, he's brooding up there. I am the knight.
Natural 20.
Natural 20. All right. As you are riding your horsey through the city streets, passing by small groups of people, you can see that the closer you get to this tower, the more it appears that you're approaching a somewhat residential area. Less shops, less of that fish smell, more of private homes or apartment style, living condos. They're varying in ranges of nicety, but it doesn't seem too bad. Occasionally, you'll see the guards, like you had seen on the at the entrance, as they walk by in groups. Occasionally, you'll see a separate set of guards, silvered armor plating, as they walk in like twos and fours. You recognize the symbol on their flashy looking chest plates. This is the swirling, crying eye of the watch.
I'm going to approach one of the normal city guards
Okay.
and looking down. I'm terribly sorry. I think I'm a little lost. Is there any possibility you could send me in the direction of the market?
The the guard that you stop kind of looks you over and just kind of raises an eyebrow. You're definitely not from around here, then, are you?
No, I'm afraid not.
Well, if you're looking for the market, you're headed in the wrong direction. We need to be going back to the west.
All right. And do you happen to know if there's any good tailors?
Can't say that I've used any tailors in my time here. And we have all our stuff made for us specifically. But I imagine you might find some closer, possibly to the market. Maybe closer to the harbors. It's where they tend to take care of things that need fixing.
Well, all right then. Do you mind telling me what the two towers here are from?
And looks up at the center tower that you can now see is starting to light up from the top as like torches are being lit. That's the center eye. Headquarters of the watch.
Ah. And this
That-
one?
Also watch property, but more of an alert.
Generally, in the architecture I'm used to, at least one of them would have been a temple of some sort. So, that's all I was wondering.
Well, if you're looking for temples, there's one to Saloon up in the guarded sector.
Well, I may just have to go take a stop by there at some point. Thank you muchly.
Kind of looks at you and then like, are those real?
And I stretch him out and beat him ever so slightly. Sure enough. Haven't figured out how to take him off yet, anyway.
Huh.
Promise.
can't say I've seen a winged elf man boy before.
We're not particularly common in these parts.
That's for sure. Have a good evening, citizen.
You as well.
They both start to walk away, and the one that was talking to you kind of leans over and whispers something to his companion, and then looks back over and just kind of shakes his head and like shrugs and keeps walking.
So legitimate. Did they pretty much send me the exact direction I came from?
Kind of. More directly west is the way he pointed. You would come from like a southwestern angle going towards the center of the city, and he was just telling you to go straight west.
Okay. Then I will head that direction.
All right. As you turn your horse and begin to go that way, you can see the two guards have been stopped by a couple of the watch members, and they seem to just be having a conversation as you walk by. The watch kind of give you a little bit of a look, and then turn back their attention to the two guards as they just kind of seem to be having a conversation as you continue along your path headed towards the market.
Do they give him a watchful eye?
And on that, we're gonna go to break. So before we get back to our next session, we're gonna take a break. Or next half of the session, we're gonna go and get ourselves something to drink, and we'll be back in like 10 minutes. So don't go anywhere. We shall return shortly.
Hello.
That was dramatic flourish. That was theater flourish. Is also me just having a spasm.
I wish people could see what we were talking about on break.
Maybe
Do
that
we-
could be the special subscriber content.
The
Like-
subscriber content is the
People
behind
would
the
be like,
scenes.
damn, y'all crazy.
Yeah, well, I mean, I think everybody knows at this point how crazy we are. They have spent enough time with us either here or in Discord to know that we have a level of madness to our madness.
Are we gonna do like a monthly bloopers reel?
Oh my god, that would be great. Although it would require some heavy editing of just like going from session to session, just like all of our ADD moments, just like
Blah.
I think we need to
Some of the
encourage.
break material may be 18 plus.
Our conversations, yes.
I think we need to encourage some of the mods and whoever really to clip things for us, like how my friend Nim was watching
Yeah.
and he clipped that. I
yeah.
think that would be good.
Clips are good. I think if we if I was to like just record our sessions and just like do out of pocket, out of context things, and just like random phrases that we say in the out of the blue, it's just like this, just like what are you even talking about? It's like bananas. I don't know. We'll figure something out. That sounds like a fun project though. All right.
Got like my muscles. Like,
Yeah.
Yes.
Them
Just do this side. You can't do
Them
this
gym
side.
gains, bro.
Yeah.
that's from not working out in years. So like it looks like I have muscle
Dude.
here. I don't know what that is.
Fuck what happens.
It's working out.
Yes. It's my biceps are just installed upside down. That's what it is.
Maybe we just need to have like one of the videos we'll just send out is just us working out. We go to the gym and we do our D&D session while there.
Oh, we
Oh my
can roll
God.
a die to. This would be a TikTok video actually. You can roll the die to see how successful you are.
How sexy you are at the
That's
gym.
speaking.
Yeah.
This is me
Maybe
Friday
this
at the
is
gym.
18 plus
I don't need a
already.
die to
Damn.
tell me
Do a charisma roll, and then if you roll low, then you gotta like look really like you're trying to flirt, but you're really shitty at it.
Oh no.
I got
Do a strength
Knock it
roll on
down.
a bench, and you're just like,
Yeah.
Put it
Okay.
down for
Anyway.
rolling social interactions and then
Welcome
trying to bring
back.
them out.
That's me.
Yes. Mm-hmm. 18 up. Ooh. All right. So, as we focus in, we'll go ahead and go back to our group of misfits, which is all of you. But our group, the Blue Man group, the flock of seagulls, what was the other band name that you guys came up with a minute ago?
Suddenly goats.
Suddenly Goats.
Suddenly goats.
Suddenly
You
Goats.
know, that. So as you guys are entering in the tavern, there's a fair amount of people on the inside. It is a nice evening, it seems like. So, there is a good amount of bustle, the kind of movement coming and going. But you guys are inside the tavern. What are you guys doing?
I take a look around, take stock of the place.
Okay.
Looking around for like an empty empty seat that can like we can all sit at the same table.
All right. Make a perception check then for me.
Is there any other role that I can do?
Besides perception.
Ew. I'm just taking, there's a lot of people in here, and I just can't
Oh
see
no! What did you roll?
a
This
two.
place is packed, guys.
There's a lot of people here, guys.
There's like all empty tables, and there's like a 40-minute wait. Like, okay, I don't know what's going on.
Yeah. Oh, it's a lot. There's just a lot to take in right now. As you guys are looking around, you do see that there is indeed a lot of people in here. It does seem to be very busy as it is dinner's time. but kind of standing there as you do in front of a doorway of a restaurant and have that like service anybody, hello. Eventually a woman who seems to be one of the waitresses here comes over to you guys carrying this like tray of drinks, and she goes, I'm sorry, we're a little full at the moment. How many are you and in your party tonight?
7.
7. I want to look around. Are you just wanting dinner, or are you trying to find a place to stay?
We're needing a place to stay tonight, yes.
Excellent.
But if we could talk to Nikki too.
Nikki, sure. Actually, you see, right over there at the bar, and she kind of points, and you can see there is a couple of people that are working the bar. Like, go stand over there at the bar and just ask for Nikki, and I'm sure we can find some arrangements for you. Excuse me, please. And she kind of just like does a little bit of like polite curtsy kind of thing, and then like rushes off to another table to serve them their drinks.
All right. Well, that's our next place. And I'll go head that way to the bars.
Okay.
Kind of motion for Alcuin to follow. Like, may as well. Doesn't look like we'll be sitting anytime soon.
Yeah.
All right. Let's see. We'll just spice it up with general fare. Okay. As you come over to the bar itself, you can see that there are a couple of rather those like rough, burly types that probably frequent the harbors, that are just kind of like taking up a lot of the space with their arms like out to the side, but you managed to like moving, man spreading with their arms, just like leaning over the bar, the bar, and you kind of just like shoulder your way in a little bit and find a spot. You can see that there are various it looks like there's like 2 bartenders. One is a man, and then one probably in his mid-30s, and then another woman who looks weathered, but maybe just because of either a rough work life or something. She looks like she's in that in-between stage of having still being somewhat young, but she's got like the grays are starting to come in, and she has her hair pulled back in that ponytail. It's like this auburn colored hair that has like the grays that are just starting to set in, but she's quickly serving mugs and ales and helping people carry plates and dishes out from the kitchen. The gentleman at the bar comes over. She guys is like, what are you guys having?
We'll have around those 7 beers, and then we also need to talk to Nikki.
You need to talk to Nikki. Well, best of luck with that. She's rather busy at the moment, but I'll see what I can do about pulling her over in your direction. You said 7 beers? All right. It'll be, we'll just call it an even 10 silver for all of it.
I go with it.
He goes over and starts pouring some drinks from this large keg of, like this large wooden barrel that looks like it's been shoved on that kind of track, with the spigot that's been tapped into it, the cork, whatever it's called, that thing, the thing that they stick into the barrels that like stuff, you know.
Siphon?
Siphon or fuss?
Yeah.
Tap. Would you say it's tap?
Tap. Yeah, there we go.
The tap. The spout? Yeah, maybe it's the spout. I was trying to, I thought there was another word for it, but tap. I think tap is the one. Yes. The tap that's been tapped into the barrel. Anyway, so as the beers are the spigot, the beers are handed to you. He goes back to serving some of the other patrons that are there, and you guys are past your beverages. Kindred kind of nervously at Iskra's side, just kind of like keeping an eye out, looking around the general vicinity. Eventually, the woman comes over, hands like drying off her hands in a towel, and she goes, "You were asking to speak to me."
I point at the instrument on my back, like, I heard if we wanted to play, you're the person to talk to.
Well, I mean, I guess you're not wrong, but we kind of have a band for the night already. Are you? I don't recognize any of you, and you definitely don't look like locals. Passing through, I'm assuming.
You bet.
What do you call yourselves?
I look at the manager.
Everyone turns to Aliquin in unison.
My hands go up. Suddenly, goats. And then I put my hands down.
I like it.
She kind of starts looking around. It's like, you're not actually bringing goats in here, are you?
Oh no. It's just a band name. You know, maybe later when we get a more fun day.
No, please. The last time we had goats in here, we could not get that stench out for weeks. No goats.
You should smell
Maybe
our carrot
goats.
truffle.
Someone else has already done that routine.
She's like, let's just say it didn't go well.
But have they
But-
done baby goats?
I don't care. No goats. No goats. Please, no goats.
Even the fainting kind? Okay.
She kind of like, they faint? She kind of just looks over at you like, huh? So you're just traveling through? Are you needing a place to stay tonight? Is that why you're wanting to play here? Or, I mean, we're not exactly the most notorious for traveling bands, as it were.
Aside other things, yes.
Well, we got plenty of rooms still for the night. Are you just staying for the night, or are you looking to stay for a little while?
I kind of look at everybody.
Stay for the night for now, but we may extend.
Okay.
Is that okay?
Sure. She starts thinking about it. Like, she's kind of like looks over at you and then like looks up at the ceiling, like as if she's like actually looking at the floor plan of her establishment through the timbers of the ceiling. I'll say, sure. For the night, we'll call it 5 gold for all of you. Do you guys need one room altogether? Or are you looking for just separate abodes?
1 or 2 should be fine.
And I start passing her 5 gold.
Though, if we can keep the patrons happy and bring some more people in, I think we get a discount on that.
Counting my gold.
She kind of like looks over at Iskra up and down and just kind of smirks a little bit. Make a persuasion check for me.
Barter check.
A barter.
This happens to be my background feature,
Oh.
Ooh.
is that if we
Sure, well,
perform,
let's make a deal look.
we can get free room and board.
Oh, heck yeah.
But I imagine we actually have to do well. All right. Well, that's a good roll.
We'll say because of that, I'll give you advantage on it.
23.
You get advantage on it because of the background feature, we'll say.
Okay. I wasn't gonna roll higher than I already did, probably.
okay.
So, yeah. That's
Alright.
that's a 23.
23. She kind of gives you a little bit of a smirk. She's like, huh, well, I mean, that's certainly a statement. If that were the case, I don't know where we'd put any more of the people. We already pretty full as it is, but if you bring in more, then I'm not going to complain. Sure, let me grab you some keys to your rooms. I'll let you settle in. You're probably going to have to wait till the band at the moment leaves, so you might not be playing for quite a while. But in the meantime, you can get some food in you, relax for a bit, kind of see what the patrons tend to let go for, and then we'll see how well you do.
Sounds good to me. And it's all right if we have to wait. I'd like to, meet the locals, hear what your sound is like.
Sure, of course. Well, give me a moment. Let me see what I have here. She kind of starts rummaging through some like drawers and like starts to pulls out the paperwork, gets to work on the computer and swipes your key cards.
You're not in the system.
Yeah, just like that.
I don't have your reservation.
Yeah, that.
Computer says no.
Computer
What is that
says
from?
no.
Little Britain, I think.
Yeah, something like that.
Oh yeah,
Says
that's
no.
right. Computer
Yeah, that's
says
what I was
no.
going for.
I forgot about that. I was like, that does sound familiar. All right, so as you guys are given your keys, you have 2 rooms that she gives you. Each one is going to have 3 beds in it, or 3 separate bedrooms.
Okay.
So they're like little mini suites.
Neat.
Oh, the room with Soul.
So she takes you to indeed what turns out to be the top section. Up the stairs, you can see this long hallway that kind of extends over the length of the building, and there are a few smaller space doors, which you imagine are more like singular ones. She takes you to the end of the hall and then up to another flight of stairs to what would be like almost like a 3rd floor, but it's more like a converted attic that has been made into a larger space for groups like this. Definitely gives you the vibe of this is where the bands will stay kind of thing, because it's like partially storage material area, but also partially like things where you have the space for. They're comfortable. It's not nice, but it's comfortable, if that makes sense.
Iskra, claps her hands together. And it's like, this is great, guys. I know this doesn't look like much, but I'm telling you, this is gonna be great.
She's like, all right, well, I'll let you settle in. I'm gonna go back downstairs. We're in the middle of dinner, so I got things to do. But as soon as you are settled in, come back downstairs and we'll see if we can find you a place to sit. Just shot the cap of my pen right into my face. I was like fiddling with it and just poop.
Somebody clip that. Just kidding.
No, it's fine. You don't think you would have noticed it. It just like happened so fast. Okay, so what are you guys doing?
Once she leaves, people will tell musicians all kinds of things, and we can get in all kinds of places. This is great. This is a port city. This is gonna work out for us.
Kindred nods, like, just as long as we play our cards right and don't do anything too crazy.
We're going to get the record label.
I don't know what that means.
I promise I will not summon goats. She made it very clear she did not want the goats.
Right.
Definitely.
I was thinking rumors. I mean, I'm not trying to make us change careers. I know we have important things going on. But if we want access and we want to hear things, this is a way to do it.
And it's unassuming.
All right. So as you guys settle in, kind of start unpacking and getting off your feet for a minute, we will go back over to Renan as you are up to all your shady shenanigans.
I doing shit.
Yeah.
Leave me
Sure.
alone.
Yep. Sure. Sure.
Renan doesn't do shady
I'm
stuff.
looking for a tailor. Good God.
I mean, I don't know what you're up to.
Pretty suspicious.
Pretty suspicious. A tailor.
I
A
asked the
tailor.
guards for a damn
And
tailor.
they're like, I don't know a tailor, but if you go to this corner, you might
Like,
be fine. You
to
might
be
find yourself
clear-
a tailor.
I think
To
that's
be clear,
code
Or
if they
word.
rolled
Samantha.
insight on what I asked, it would have told them with a nat 20 that I was looking for a damn tailor.
Maybe they got a nat 1.
They're like, he's up to
Then I'm
something.
screwed. Okay.
I know he's up to something. Nobody looks for a tailor in this town. We don't even wear clothes.
We all had
Everybody's
such low
walking around
perceptions
in a
before
full-
Yeah,
we
did
didn't
you not
that
realize
everybody's
everyone was
nude.
just nude as hell? It's the biggest
No.
nudist colony ever.
I was going the other direction. Like everybody's walking around in a full suit of armor. The only clothing that they have in
Oh,
this
yeah.
town is armor because they have a blacksmith but not a tailor.
Yep, that's what it is. Just straight leather, a straight armor, metal on the skin, nothing else.
Yes.
A straight leather town.
Straight leather town. Oh my god, calm down.
Now, those taverns ought to be a sight. Oh my god.
Okay, anyhow.
If I can, I'll ask Renan on the spice murmur. Is he within range?
You can try.
Hey, Renan, are you there?
You wait for a moment. And he replies.
Okay.
And he responds.
Yeah. Well, no. Yeah, and he responds.
Oh, you can
Replies,
respond.
responds,
You hear me.
whatever.
Left on red.
Left on red. Oh no.
No, I was about to, like, to some degree or another, I was going to make the comment, like, do I have to? But I
Oh,
would.
no.
I would respond.
He saw the dots like he's gonna respond and then just.
It just stops.
I'm so glad
I
we
am
got the Family
counting
Unlimited
souls.
plan. Like, our service has been great.
Yeah.
We
Well,
can
I
talk as much as we
responded-
want as long as it's after 9:30.
Yeah. Sonder.
How are things going on your end?
Well, for starters, the tailor is in a rather strange portion of the city. And the two central towers of the city seem to be property of the wall.
Nice.
Definitely getting the sense one shouldn't be using magic too much here.
So the headquarters themselves, like,
I believe those are attached to the bigger of the two towers.
well, we'll have to be extra careful about our magic.
Indeed.
On our side, we were able to get housing inside of a tavern. So we're here at the Jagged Shark's Tooth. If you need to come this way when you're done.
Where are the horses staying?
We have them in the barn.
I'll probably just go house with the horses tonight then.
We do have a place to stay if you'd like, but your preference. Did you find a tailor?
Not as of yet, no.
Mm.
Is there
Well-
anything you need tailored?
If you're in the market, we were going to see about getting a banner that says suddenly goats. So if you can make that happen, that is our band name now.
You
banner
hear a
awesome.
mental sigh. This is telepathic, but I'm sighing telepathically to you.
Which you know means it's extra effort because he's having to send the thought of the sigh through the magic.
And I managed to muster. I'll see what I can do.
Okay. I prefer like probably triangles and then like the word, each letter inside each triangle and then like.
How much effort would it take to broadcast white noise through the?
No.
Just static.
Yeah.
Using service.
I
And
will
then when-
send you pink noise if you send me white noise.
All right, nails on a chalkboard. I imagine the sound of nails on a chalkboard.
Oh wow, that's like the ultimate feedback feedback loop of nails
Exactly.
on chalkboard.
And that's what I send. Can I do it?
Sure.
You bitch.
That's what I
You
do.
bitch.
And I keep walking.
Is that to everybody?
Oh, no, just me, probably.
Well, I don't know if you're only messaging it to me, so I mean, in reality. But no,
Yeah.
you were the one talking, so yeah, it would have been sent straight to you.
Yeah, just me then.
I like that our banner is once we change the band name, it's gonna have like a scratch through it, and then written underneath it is a new band name.
And every time it's just like continually scratched. Like these
Yeah.
are all of the previous band names.
See,
I
the
think
bands
there's
they've
something wrong with
defeated.
my
The bands they've
my spice
defeated.
murmur.
These are
Every
all the
time we
bands that's
defeat-
on their kill list.
Yeah, every
We've
time we
taken-
defeat a band in a band off, we just take their name.
Yeah.
Ooh.
At least that's the
Oh.
legend.
That'd be
That's the
terrible, but yeah.
legend. It's like pink slips, but for instead of for cars, you're battling for band names. Oh no. I kind of like this. All right. So, you are heading towards this market side of town, and indeed, you do find a tailor that you are looking for. So you can find someone who, there's various mannequins in the front window of this very grandmotherly looking cottage that, you know, you assume they can probably help you out with what you're looking for.
I knock on the door and try to open it.
It opens.
Walking in, what do I see?
Well,
And if there just happens to be 2 red wizards in here, I'm gonna start deducting points for creativity.
every time, every place, there's just always red wizards no matter where you go. Give me 1 second. Find my info on this place. Okay. So as you walk inside, no, it is, there are no red wizards, but do make a perception check as you enter.
I'm so glad that I have advantage on visual perception checks. That is a 16.
16. Looking about this place, this does definitely give you little grandma vibes. Like there are on like the various dressers, there are those little hand stitched doilies that kind of like cover the top, where they have little mirror vanities that are kind of placed so that you can see yourself if you're trying on any of the hats that are on this like little hat pole that have various interesting designs. You can see that there are little bundles of fabric that are like wrapped around in these larger baskets. As soon as you enter and the little dinging sound of the bell goes off, you hear from the floor somewhere the sound of it's like this little cat, this little tabby cat comes out from somewhere in the shadows and instantly like starts to rub on your boots.
I reach down and let it smell my hand.
It kind of stops and then just kind of does the whole little like rubs its hand through your fingers.
I pet the kitty.
Pet the kitty.
Pet the kitty.
No, just kidding. You now have cat like canthropy.
Not unheard of, but then I'm just gonna be a big version, a slightly bigger version of Oreo.
Oh no! What have I done?
Bad idea.
That was amazing.
Anyway,
All right. So,
I say good kitty in Elvish.
Okay. Coming from around the back, and this does look like it's a converted like house that kind of was made into a little shop. Hold on, let me stop all of the other noises. Yeah. There we go.
There's a lot of horses in this shop.
Yeah, there is a lot of horses in the shop. There is like a little fireplace. How about that? Kind of gives her a nice little flickering light to this space. Oh, hello. Oh, she kind of stops in her tracks as she like looks at you. She's like, my.
I get that a lot in these parts.
I would imagine. Well, welcome to my shop. What can I do for you?
I would like to commission a cloak and, if possible, a banner if you can make it.
cloak and a banner.
Yes.
That's definitely the first I've heard of that combo asked for in, I think, my entire life.
Well, you see, the banner is for the fact that my traveling compatriot and I are in a kind of a musical group together.
Oh,
And
you're in a band?
Indeed.
And then the cloak?
And the problem that I have with cloaks, you see, and I spread the wings out a little bit.
You're just like, oh, it like takes a step back as like the wings fill out the space. I can see where that might prove difficult in procuring something that would,
Accommodate.
you know, yes, indeed. Well, how soon exactly are you needing these things?
As soon as possible, of course, but
I'm sorry, you went through a tunnel. What was that, dear?
I
can't hear you like I used to.
Of course. But,
She like takes
that
out her
being said,
she takes out her hearing aid and like
is it still bad?
puts it back in. No, it's fine.
Okay. As soon as possible, of course, but we can stay for a little while, depending on how long it's going to take, of course.
Well, I'll have to I might have to enlist the help of some of my friends to get this done as quickly as possible. Do you have any preferences as far as this banner, or you just need a large piece of fabric?
Well, I would hope that it would be able to cover the side of my group's wagon. So we may actually need one for each side, but it doesn't have to be more than perhaps a foot or so tall.
Then that sounds rather simple. If you allow me time in the morning, I can make my way to the market and see if I can find some sail or canvas. Perhaps that will be sufficient for you.
And would you be able to do any ornamentation to it?
You want some, like, little bells or something?
I was thinking more like gold threaded or red threaded waves along the border.
Well, if you want something like that, it might take a little bit more time, but I'm imagining it wouldn't take too long, especially if I manage to assemble the troops. Cloris, come here, you. And she like picks up the cat. It's like starts petting it in her arms.
So, how much were you thinking to be able to get the cloak? And I would like the cloak to be made out of relatively good material. Not quite commonplace, I suppose.
Listen, dear, they don't call this place Palmyra's princely garments for no reason. I will do my best to try to make sure that you leave here looking splendidly.
No. So how much are you thinking for the cloak and the banner together?
5,000 gold.
That might be a bit steep, I think.
I'm just kidding, dear. I just wanted to see the look on your face. No. Nothing so extravagant.
I'm afraid we
4,000
killed
gold.
the goose that laid
There
the
you go.
golden egg.
4,500. Just kidding. No, for everything. Well, first, I want to make sure that you're happy. If I can take some measurements, then I can give you a better estimate. But we'll say for in total, a banner and a cloak of relatively decent material. I'm not going to send you out looking like a ruffian, mind you. So, put it at 10 gold.
And
You
by any
just
chance,
remind me of my grandson. She kind of like reaches up to try and pinch her cheek.
And I kind of like, not quite a glare, but a mischievous look. I looked down at her and I went, your grandson has 15-foot wings.
Definitely, she kind of like pats your cheek. Definitely the same level of cheekiness. I thought I recognized that in your eyes. So, let me get my measuring tapes. And she like goes out and she's like, all right, here we go. And she starts
Why do you have a measuring tape on hand?
I was ready for this.
Don't ask questions. Just accept it.
so after she takes the measurements, I look at her and I say, by any chance, would offering 100 gold be able to get your friends a little more motivated to help?
You can see her kind of like,
Almost choke
yeah.
on herself.
yeah, she's like, a beat. Cloris, what do you think, Cloris? You think I think Cloris says that definitely we can do our very best to try and get this out as quickly as possible.
And out of your not quite finest, of course, we don't need to draw the attention of the whole world, but
I'm sure you play lovely. I would want you to find all the best work that you could possibly find, and as long as you tell them that your banner was made at Palmyra's princely garments, then that would be payment enough for me. I will see what I can do. Oh, you've got me so excited. I am going to make the best banner ever to cross the seas or anywhere you go.
would you like to know what I want written on it?
Oh, I suppose that would be good, isn't it? Silly me. She goes over and grabs a piece of paper and like, comes over and starts like writing down all your specifications.
So I give her all, like, the whole slew, the name, the border, wanting it out of X material and blah, blah,
And the
blah,
cat
blah,
is
blah.
very persistent in being like all up in everyone's business. Like, oh, you guys are on the counter. You are in Cloris's
I pick up the
space.
cat and I'm petting the cat while she's writing things down.
Okay, and as you're
When you
petting the
tell
like the
her-
tail's just kind of like doing the thing where it just kind of curling around your face, and it's one of
Tell her
those
the band
cats.
name tells you to get out.
What bad name are you telling her?
I forgot what y'all had said.
I think the
Just
last one you had
goats?
heard was, I don't know if but I don't know if they had told you that one.
Yeah,
I
Suddenly
think-
goats.
Sonder
Yeah.
did. Okay,
Oh, suddenly goats.
suddenly goats.
Yeah.
She kind of
And then I
stops as
tuned
she's
him
writing,
out as
just
soon
like
as he started talking about all the specifications.
okay, because she kind of stops. Do you want me to put goats on there as well?
I'm thinking 4.
4 goats it is, dear. And starts writing down even more.
And suddenly there's goats.
So,
And I put down 20 of the gold and I say to her, and the rest upon completion, of course.
of course, dear. If you wish, come by, let's say tomorrow by noon, and I should have some samples that I can show you before we get to work.
Splendid. And thank you.
Of course, dear. What was your name again?
Renan.
Renan. Oh, such a lovely name. She's like continues writing things. All right, dear. Well, if you don't mind, you are going to be my last customer of the evening. I have much to do in the morning, and Cloris is getting fussy. I can tell she needs to eat. So, I will see you tomorrow at noon.
Thank you much.
Of course, dear. She kind of like follows you out to the door. And it was such a pleasure meeting you.
And you. And I climb up on Asphaleth and start to ride back towards the tavern.
Okie dokie.
Oh my god, I love her.
Okay, so
I like that we have a sponsorship now.
Yeah.
all right, so as you head back towards the tavern, those of you who are now you have now moved, I'm assuming, or if you still have stuff you want to do while you're up in the rooms. If not, then we'll have you guys downstairs. Up to you. What do you guys want to
Did
do?
they ever get to play?
Well, no, not yet. But I was just saying if they wanted to have any sort of conversations while they were upstairs. If not, then we'll move them down.
Do we actually have any music to play?
You're muted,
I think
Sonder.
you're muted.
Oh, I accidentally muted myself on this. Okay. I will set up an order of songs we will play. The ones that we have worked on in the past couple of days.
Perfect.
Did you have any songs that you wanted to play by yourself, Iskra? I know I do.
Yeah. Yeah, I think I got something that's right for this place.
Alrighty. So as you guys go downstairs, Kindred says he's just going to have you like send some food up to the room as he's gonna just try and stay out of the way for the time being. But you guys go downstairs, and Nikki, seeing you coming down the stairway, she kind of gestures for you to come over to the bar. She's like, I set down this table there in the far corner. Unfortunately, it's not close to where the bands play, but it was the closest table that I could, or the biggest table I could get in the time being. So I will send one of the waiters over to take whatever order you might like. And then once the current band leaves, then you are welcome to take their spot.
Thank you very much.
Of course. She kind of like looks at you guys, and just you can hear her as she's like turns around. Suddenly, goats, and just kind of like starts walking back to the bar. All right, so without having to roleplay the entire dinner, but you guys are brought food and drink. They have a pretty decently. They have a pretty decent variety as far as menu goes, and so it's easy to find something that each of you kind of is getting into. For the briefest, go ahead. We're gonna say.
Oh, Redbeard Viking's comment was funny. Sorry.
Storm's loot.
When I was a young boy. I could see Sonder playing that.
Oh my god, yeah, definitely a Black Parade style group that we have. Goat, suddenly goats. All right, so let's see here. You guys just kind of sit and chill in the meantime, or is there anything else you guys are wanting to do?
Warm up our vocals and our fingers.
Can I see the other band from here?
They are, well, because they're playing, so it's like you're basically at the far end of the house, so you have the house, like the entirety of the inner side of this tavern, and then they are sitting on the outside, on that like open deck patio kind of thing that kind of overlooks the water a little bit. So you can hear them despite the crowd that's in here, but you know, they're not too far. They're just kind of distant, so you can hear the music, but it's more towards the outside.
Do they sound really good? And does the party of the tavern, like, are they taking a liking to them, or are they just like ignoring the singers? It's like just background noise.
Make a perception check for me.
Oh, I hate perception checks.
Well, I'm not gonna just give it to you. You gotta do something.
They don't particularly like you either.
I'm intently listening. 12.
Can I aid eloquent?
I'm like leaning in, but like I don't know, like I can't really like get the vibe of like, you know, like I'm good. I mean, I have a horrible music taste, so I really don't know.
It was all that time in the infinite void.
When I notice Eloquent like leaning in, I'm like, "Do you want to go check these guys out? See what's up with them?"
Actually, yeah, because like I don't know. I think it's just like like all the sound is bouncing off the walls and stuff. It's from here. It sounds crappy. Yeah, let's go.
I look to everybody else like, "Can you guys hold down the table for a while?"
Sounds good.
All right. As you guys.
After you.
All right, I bring my drink with me.
All right. As you guys
Grab mine
are make your way through and navigate around the bar, heading towards the open patio, you kind of find a spot where you can kind of drink and post, like kind of lean against the wall as you listen to this band play. Let's see here. I don't know if I necessarily. What is this one? I have a tavern list, but then I was like trying to find like the right one. Whatever. We'll just go with something.
I lean into Iskra, but they have bagpipes.
I was about to say, damn, none of us have bagpipes.
We don't have bagpipes.
We're pretty unique, though. I think we'll be okay. But
Yeah.
this is. I wasn't expecting that.
Yeah. Yeah.
So-
Those dang bad pipes. Just
And we're suddenly bagpipes.
we're suddenly bagpipes. You're like, no. Such a unique name. But they aren't terrible. They're not like. This is a different style than either of you are used to. Definitely has that like what you would imagine would be a locals vibe kind of thing, as they do seem familiar to those who are listening, but you don't really see them being paid much in the way of attention to. When the songs end, there's the cheering, as is normal, but there's not necessarily a lot of like rapt attention being paid to them. So this is like, you can tell this is a band that plays here often. You know what I mean? So they're kind of like they're part of almost like part of the ambiance already.
Old news, gotcha.
For a moment, whenever Iskra places a hand on your shoulder, you she like leans in to say something, and you look over and you see her hand is carapace covered and cold, almost you can feel it cold through your skin, almost you can feel it on your skin as if it was like ice cold, and you look for the briefest second at Iskra's face, and it is that companion's face, the person that you have seen before in visions. And you kind of startle for a second and pull away from her hand, and in doing so and blinking, it's Iskra. And she's just kind of like pulls her hand back, just like surprised that she had startled you.
Suddenly, Iskra.
Suddenly carapace.
Oh wow. Sorry, you're
Suddenly carapace. Oh no.
We're not change the name. Oh, your hands are really cold. I'm sorry.
Oh, was I holding it with my drink with this hand? I'm sorry.
I think so. Like I don't, like maybe some like cold water dripped down. Sorry, just startled me a bit.
I'm usually better than that.
You're all good. I mean, these guys sound really good.
They do, but not many people are paying super close attention. I think that's a good sign.
Oh yeah.
We don't want them to be bad, but if we're gonna go on after them, but I don't want them to be great either.
You guys watch as the band kind of finishes up with one of their songs, and like people, there's like the little golf claps that kind of sporadically pepper the the room and the outside as people stop what they're doing to clap, but then continue to eat and talk as they're doing.
I look around at the crowd. Is there anybody who stands out in the crowd?
Sure. Make a perception check for me.
Here we go. 2 people who are terrible at perception checks. Making perception checks.
I will assist you. How about that?
Yeah, please do. Because I'm terrible.
Wow, I got an 18.
Hey.
I think you startled me, and now I'm like,
Now
looking.
you're hyper
No,
alert.
you're alert. It's just like, did I really, like, I always hold the, have one
It
hand
was-
for
and it
drink,
was
one hand for
strange.
doing stuff.
And it was strange that he said that because that was the case. In fact, you're still holding your drink in the one hand. So it was just a curious thing.
So that's what I'm thinking about, because I rolled super low. So
Yeah.
Eloquence 18 is.
Looking around, it seems like a fair amount of locals, a couple of probably groups of sailors sitting around at some of the tables over by the bar. You can see what appears to be some off-duty guardsmen sitting at one table, wearing the colors of the local government of the city. But otherwise, no one like really particularly stands out so much. And it's while you're watching that the door opens and Renan walks in. All right, I'm assuming you're coming in to the tavern, right? You're muted.
I hit the button.
Mm-hmm.
It.
Sure.
Rather than that, I take the horse to the stable.
Okay.
And I broadcast to the group through the spice murmur.
Okay.
Can somebody bring me a bottle of wine? Make it 2, actually.
I'm going to give him feedback. White noise feedback. And then I'll say, yeah, what kind of wine do you want?
I doubt a place like this would have elven wine.
Do you prefer
Something
white
similar.
or red?
Something sweet. Red, if possible.
A rosé?
That'll do.
Alright, I got it. I'll go to the bar. Can you guys hold down the fort?
It's just Soul and Kindred now.
No, Kendrick's
It was the
upstairs.
soul, actually.
Just Soul.
Soul's just like,
Suddenly
There by
Soul.
himself, like,
Yeah. Oh, okay.
I'm sorry, Soul. I'll be right back. Oh, do you want anything from the bar? I think I might get a drink myself.
Okay.
I'll
So-
get you a drink. Alright. So I'll head
Alright.
to the bar and get a rosé and like...
Go up
Two.
to the bar. Do you ask about the elven ale or elven wine?
Yeah, actually I will, yeah.
Alrighty. As you go up there and like Nikki comes over to where you guys are at, or where you are standing, and she kind of stops what she's doing. She's like, we haven't had elven anything in quite some time, actually.
When did the shipment stop coming in?
Where is your band traveling from exactly?
We are down by Spendelian.
Oh, not terribly far then.
I imagine
Well, most of our elven beverages of choice were imported from some of the local towns, but they stopped importing when
Right.
they no longer existed.
Like, Everhelm.
there was a particularly good brandy that came from that place. But yes,
Is it all out?
they're gone. Disappeared.
Taken? Oh,
Rumor is they all fled into the woods.
that's what we can hope.
I mean, that's what we're. I mean, why would we have any reason to believe otherwise? Elves are strange creatures, and they're always prone to doing their own thing, so I have no doubts that they're just gallivanting in the woods and stopped caring about the rest of the world, trying to pretend that our problems don't exist or pertain to them.
It's pretty directed. But yeah, probably.
In any case, I can find you the closest substitute if you're looking for something along those lines.
Yeah, whatever you can find. Something sweet. And if you're able to do 2 bottles of wine, I can pay for that.
2 bottles, no problem. Okay. She goes to her storage and like puts the bottles there for you to take.
Thank you.
Of course.
And what would that be?
10 silver's fine. Are
Yeah, just
you
50.
about ready to play?
I think so.
I think that band's about to leave. So give them a little bit of time to round out of here, and then the spot is yours. You can see now as you kind of look around that some of the people are already starting to get up, and there are more now empty tables as like the later evening has kind of settled in. There is less people around as like the dinner rush is kind of ending. All right, so I think Saunders frozen. Saunders frozen for all time.
Oh no!
Yeah, you'll
He
never
has
get.
my wife!
No, you're
He's
back.
gonna
Yeah,
sing
just
Let
kind
It
of
Go.
froze.
I'm Iskra!
There we go.
I did want to say thank you for giving us this opportunity. It's appreciated.
Oh, don't thank me yet. You're bad. You're not staying here. She kind of smiles a little bit, but she has like
smirk.
a little bit of the smirk of like she
Like,
kind of
don't
meant
fuck
it.
this shit up.
Yeah, she kind of meant it, kind of serious, but it was also mostly just playing.
You better bring it.
I'll sing a little
Oh,
bit for
it's
her.
been brought.
I'll do a little like a little.
She's
a little
already turned
tune
around and like.
Okay, never.
She's like,
Never mind that.
Fine. She is on the go.
Yeah, I feel you. Okay, cool. I'll go ahead and I'll take the wine. Head back to the table. Shit, I forgot to order drinks for me and Soul. Could I just have done that?
Sure.
Turn around.
It's okay.
But wait, I have more. Dang it.
Wait,
One of the
there's
other
more!
bartenders I'm playing with. Yeah.
Yeah. That's
Okay,
okay.
but yeah, I'll get a
You'll
get a
get
gin
yours.
and tonic for us because we
Alrighty.
both like the botanics.
Yeah.
And maybe
Alright.
some Flex Seal while you're at it.
Oh my god. So you take out. Excuse me. You take the bottles of wine out to Renan in the barn, the other B word.
As I'm leaving,
Hmm?
can I say, like the people who are trying to leave, just kind of let them know like, oh, we're going to be playing in just a bit if you want to stay behind.
Make a persuasion check.
I need to go let the dogs in real quick.
Okay.
Okay.
I don't think the bartender's gonna be happy with the dogs.
Oh,
Who let the dogs in? Oh no.
Run on.
unnatural 20.
A natural 20. You can see a couple of sailors that were on their way out. They kind of look at each other and they kind of give you the once over, like, could be interesting.
We'll be playing a couple of sailor songs, along with some of the local folklore.
They kind of like give you the face. And then as you pass by, one of them like slaps your butt as you walk. And just kind of like, just like, yeah. They just kind of like make a joke about it. And
Did he already bring the wine out to me?
he is bringing you the wine after being sexually assaulted.
That is currently happening while being sexually assaulted.
He gets sexually assaulted regularly. Why should I pay any attention to that?
That's true. He just got smacked. He got the, what is it called, the baseball, the baseball
game.
butt, the good game butt.
Go
slap.
on, get him.
Get.
Come finish the job.
Oh, okay.
As long
So,
as he doesn't lose the game.
oh wow. Anyway, so you going over there, Iskra and Aliquin, as you guys are watching some of the band mates like pack up and move. You see Iskra kind of like comes and stands like next to you as you are, you know, watching the band kind of pack up their stuff and see some of the tables.
Amusing, but a little unnecessary, don't you think?
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. I mean, they were good though, right? I mean, it's not like, you know, we're bad talking them or anything.
You look over and Iskra's like in the process of taking a drink still, and you realize that the voice that you had heard had not come from her.
Oh, you startled me earlier. I wasn't expecting you.
Why not?
The voice just echoes through your head.
Well, you always pop up at like unexpected times, you know? I'm kind of half hesitant as to, you know, why you might be here. I mean, I'm not on a ship right now, so I can't sink or anything.
Just injecting a bit of chaos. That's what they would want.
Iskra turns to you with a smile, then looks at your face and just kind of like questions the very serious and focused look that Aliquin has right now.
It's gonna be great. It's okay.
The similarity between the two voices is startling, to say the least.
Almost like they're played by the same voice actor. It's weird.
Yeah, it's gonna be great. Do you want to go back to? Do you want to go back and go sit down and finish our drinks and wait for us to play? As I take a big swig of my drink.
It's a quaint plan. We'll let it play out, I guess.
Oh shit.
I don't know who's talking right now.
Yeah, that's probably
part
a
of the
good idea. We've left Sol and Sandra over there alone for too long.
It's almost maddening not being
It-
able to tell
it
whose
really
voice you
is.
are hearing. You feel slightly uneasy on the inside, which voice you are supposed to be replying to on the outside, which voice you are supposed to be replying to on the inside. You shake it off. And the voice seems to like, that presence in the back of your mind dissipates for a little bit and seems to sink into the shadows of the recesses of your mind. Would you make your way over to the table with Sol? Harriet. Iskra sits down by you. all
And now the fourth wall breaks.
Yes.
Who are you?
Yes, it's done.
The system is down. The system is down.
Indeed. So she sits beside you, starts tuning her dulcimer, getting ready to move on the soon emptying stage. Sonder and Renan, Sonder, you bring the bottles of wine over to Renan, where he is currently hanging out with the horses. in one of
Kind
Kind
the.
of flop across Asphalot's back, staring at the roof of the barn.
I'll like toss a wine bottle in between his legs. Just close enough to not hit him there.
Reflex check to see if I can just like pinch my legs together at the right moment and catch it.
Sure. Why not?
Yeah. It's not bad. What is my reflex?
I mean, I guess athletics, that's not the thing. Not bad. Athletics, I guess.
Yeah.
That's a 14.
14.
Would I roll for that?
Please don't.
Yeah. Go ahead. Make an attack roll.
Attack roll.
My testicle.
Your DC is 14 apparently.
Okay.
I mean, it's 16 to hit me.
Well, I know, but 14 was if he beats 14.
I got a 24. I got a. The funny thing is, I got a 14, and then I got a plus 10. So.
Okay, so you
But he
go
did
to.
an unarmed strike on me.
Well, because he tossed it at you.
He's a monk. That's not fair.
You're the one who
Take it.
decided you wanted to catch it with your legs.
Monks are not fair.
He also
Monk.
has a couple of attacks, remember? So here comes the next one. Get ready to go.
God.
The next bottle.
Or like just,
the next
Oh
bottle.
my god.
Yeah.
just been a key point.
So
then?
as you toss the bottle and you're reflexively trying to catch it with your legs, it doesn't strike you full force, but
Yeah, I wouldn't
it does hit
Graze.
you enough to where the discomfort is real.
Chafes.
Oh.
And I slowly lift my head. If those are going to be punished, it won't be by you. And I put my head back down.
Oh my.
If my ears are going to be punished by unpleasant sounds for asking for a banner, then I will send this next bottle to you.
I do kind of a wave, like, yeah, it's fair.
All right.
Are you sure you don't want to sleep inside?
Seems like a lot of people for me right now.
All right. Well, if you do need to, Sol and I's room is on the third floor. The one by that side or whatever. I'll go and let him know.
Yeah.
Feel free to knock or spies remember us.
Thank you.
All
And
right.
then I have a second bottle. Did you want it?
And I just put my hand up, like,
Okay. I'll go and just give it to him. I'll throw it to him.
All right. Cool.
Yeah.
Alrighty. So are you staying there or going back inside?
I'll go back inside.
Going back inside, as you like go around the little porch area, you can see that the band members have cleared out, and you head to the door. As you're walking up to the door, there are these two white-robed individuals. They're more like, it's more not like pure white. It's just more like that linen-y white, almost like that creamy color. And you recognize monk robes. But this order does, at least at first, doesn't seem to have any other colorations to their robes aside from this like linen-y kind of monk robes that they are wearing. You wish to make a perception check for me?
Yeah, for sure. Particularly looking to see if there's any insignia or
Yeah, iconography of any kind.
26.
26. You see as they are walking, they have like their arms like this, where their sleeves like fold over each other. But they don't bear any sort of other coloration, iconography, or anything that you can see visibly on the robes themselves.
Just white.
Until one of them gets up to the door and like he opens the door. You can see that like both of them have like the shaved head.
Ooh.
And as one opens one of the other ones walks inside, and then the other one sees you approach and kind of holds the door open for you. And it's in that moment as you walk past that you see that there is a brand sort of tattoo that has been emblazoned into right just below the neck, and it's the eyes of the watch.
Fuck. Damn it.
But
Okay.
he doesn't say anything. He just kind of like nods to you
I'll nod back.
and allows you to go inside.
I just kind of mumble like a thank you. And go inside.
And they go inside following behind you. Go over to the bar, and both of them like sit just very calm and serenely. You can see some of the other people and the other patrons in the room start to move out of the way, kind of
We
give
have
them a
company.
little bit of space.
I'll let the party know we have company. Monks of the Watch. I've never seen this before.
I look around the space.
And you can see as Sonder walks inside, he kind of does the little like very casually in the direction your eyes follow, and you can see the two individuals very like that almost like the Shaolin style eyes, like they look like almost out of place at a bar. But you can see one of the bartenders comes over and pours them 2 glasses of water. They sit there, and Nikki is like comes around the corner and comes over to you guys. It's like, well, you have the floor to yourself now. So go ahead. If you want to play, now is the time.
Right. Let's go.
As soon as Iskra starts walking away, I'm gonna just like grab the back of her hand. Do great out there. Do great out there, but be careful, okay?
Of course, we'll knock him dead.
All right. And as your manager, I will be sitting right here. So if you guys need managing, I got you.
I give his hand a little squeeze, pat him, and then
I like half don't let it go, but I do.
Mm-hmm. Oh.
Alrighty.
As the other band is leaving, I'll let them know. You all did a really good job. That was great.
Thanks. They kind of just like do a little respectful like nod, acknowledgement, and then head outwards as you
I nod
guys.
back at him.
I
As
like
you-
the bagpipes.
Yeah, me too.
Good touch.
They don't reply. They're going.
All right. Let's do the songs we practiced together, and then we'll do 1 and 1 until we finish our set.
Yeah, that sounds perfect.
Okay. All right.
Quinn, pull me out of stage if I do not sound good.
Well, as good as we've all sounded in the cart, I think we got this. You know what? Just have fun out there. You know, it's just our livelihood and the banner we made and our stake that's at stake. But you know what? I trust all of you.
No guilt
What's
trips.
about this steak?
Thanks, manager.
Yes.
I'll
All
give
right.
Iskra a hug, and then walk on stage.
All right, and as you guys set up your instruments, and Iskra starts to kind of like play a little tune as you guys are like tuning your instruments. You can see
I'll
that.
do-
Go ahead.
Can I do like some monk chanting? Like, not anything particular to the Order of Bahamut, but just kind of like the
Mep,
sounds of the universe.
Mep, mep. No. Just map, map. La 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 la. Yeah, you can do that. Easy enough.
So it's going to just kind of plop down on the ground, have his pan flute out.
Nice.
All right. So as you guys prepare to play, you can see that there are a couple of the patrons that have been sitting at the bar. They kind of sit down to this colorful group of individuals that have taken the stage. Alequin, as you're sitting there at the table, you can see that the monks, one of them like takes a drink of water, and then almost in like disturbing unison, they kind of turn in their chairs to pay attention to the musicians play. And that's how we're going to end for tonight.
Ow!
So, well done, everyone. This gives me a chance to find the appropriate music for next week's for the next play as we see what happens next in the next little crazy things that we have going on.
Find music that also includes an accordion, because that's what Soul House is going to bring out.
Perfect. We're just an accordion, a pan flute. How hard could this be? We have a lute, an accordion, a pan flute, and a dulcimer. I'm sure I could find something.
Are we gonna pull out the hurdy-gurdy?
All right. Well, as always, thanks for hanging out with us. Excuse me. Don't forget, we do have a special after credits scene. After we'll let the credit roll once, and then we're gonna switch that, as I am super excited for this. But in the meantime, take care of yourselves, and we will see you next time. Good night.
Bye, y'all.
Over the darkened rooftops of Luskin, the sky is starting to brighten in parts of the horizon. You can see that there is a changing of night. Everything seems quiet this early in the morning. As you kind of pan over these rooftops, suddenly there's movement. A door swings open, and someone comes running out into the shadows of the night, the early morning, running as fast as they can in their boots as they going across the slickened surface. They reach the edge of the building, look back, and see that the doorway that had been bright is now darkness, and it's terrifying. The female woman takes a couple of back steps and then leaps out as she takes a running leap and jumps from one side to the other, lands, and then keeps running again. Her heart is pounding as she's continues running and continues running. She reaches the next the next open space between buildings, and as she turns her head back, the feeling of being hunted is very prevalent in her features. She's terrified. She takes a running leap, and in mid-air, her body freezes and tenses, and she's unable to move her body in a way to land successfully. Her body just frozen in place in the air, or frozen in motion as she flies through the air, smacks against the wall with this, like, you can hear the almost like a crack of what sounds like a rib or something that broke is that on that strong impact before her body goes tumbling down into the darkness. She hits the ground on her back, the air escaping from her lungs. She's like coughing and sputtering. Trying to breathe, trying to as I do it to myself. Excuse me. That was amazing. So, too real. In that moment, as she's like laying on her back, just like gasping for breath, the shadows around the wall closest to her morph and twist as a figure emerges from the shadows. It was just like taking a step out into the hallway or alleyway. You find yourself staring down at your quarry.
Running. They always have to run. Why do we always have to run? You run, then I run, then I stop you, then you end up breaking ribs. This could have been so much easier. Why? Why run? But I guess you can't really answer. Can
You can see as she like looks up at you, her eyes kind of have this momentary recognition. And her eyes kind of widen for a moment.
There you go. That's what I was looking for. You remember. Well, I hope this is the last beautiful face you remember before I go. Well,
You. You.
Can you stop wheezing so much around my robes? You're getting blood all over them.
She tries to get up and like takes a swipe at you, like with hands that like suddenly had at first been so dainty, now have these long gray extended digits that just kind of swipe at you with like a clawed hand, swiping at your face. Make a dex check for me. Dexterity check for.
Dex check.
Yeah.
What's that roll?
I think you should just be able to click the number and it'll roll it for you. If not, then you just roll a d20, and if you need to, I can do it.
It was a +4?
Yes.
And then, so 24.
Whew. It's laughable.
Oh, I got a nat 20. I got a nat 20.
It's perfect. It's laughable. Her trying to like swipe at you. You don't even really have to move. You make more of a show of moving than you even had to. Just like.
Whoa, not my face. Never the face. Come on, look at this beautiful face. You know how long it's taken me to like get this.
You can see her, like there are portions of her face that kind of contort and shift a little as she tries to meld her features, and it looks almost familiar. She kind of just leers and grins at you for the briefest of moments.
One are you?
For the briefest of moments, she has the appearance of the memory of your sister.
Oh, of course. Oh, yeah.
She's like trying to laugh through these broken ribs. You can see it's like a mixture of pain.
No. You're just gonna hurt yourself. You have broken ribs.
Quit playing games. Do it already.
It's like spits out. this globule of like brackish black liquid.
Well, I take out my knife. I'm gonna go with my poison knife this time, actually.
She still has the appearance of the visage of your sister. She just kind of looks messed up.
Yeah. So actually, her mole was on the other side. Too bad. And then I just reached down and slit her throat.
The liquid pools around her neck, and you can see your sister's face temporarily flash in like this weird, like, you ever seen like octopus or octopus when they like their colors kind of flash and change? That same kind of effect on her face just kind of flashes and changes as it looks like different people are trying to surface on his skin before eventually it just becomes this gray skinned, featureless creature. The whole body kind of lays back, and in that gray death, the doppelganger that you've been hunting is now dead.
Well, this is becoming a lot easier to do. I pull out like my list of names. Check mark.
Done.
I wonder where I could get a good meat around here.
Looking around, you can see that the sunlight is starting to like come over the horizon. And as you kind of turn to kind of look back as the sun kind of just peeks down this alley, you see shimmering of movement.
Oh God, who's there? Who's there?
It looks almost like a mirage for the briefest of moments. And a young man steps out into the alleyway.
Who's this? Who are you? Well, wait. Hold on. Why do you look familiar? Wait a
Aged.
second.
He looks early 20s now. Hair curly still and in its waviness that it used to be, but now somewhat more brushed, a little less ragamuffin, more just overgrown mop that kind of sits at his shoulders, but the sides are kind of tucked and brushed back a little bit. Clothed in blacks and golds, almost silkeny looking tunic and pants. Do you know how long it's been since I've been trying to find you?
Oh, I thought it was you. You got tall. You got tall.
He continues to walk forward. Something about him doesn't seem present. There is an aspect of him that even though looks like he's standing before you, it looks hollow, like you're staring through him at parts. Like
I reach out to try to give him a hug.
And your arms kind of pass through him a little bit.
Oh, God damn it, kiddo. Why?
Sorry. I'm still learning a few tricks. But for some reason, I was able to find you this time. I guess because I was really trying to find you this time.
Oh, find me? What for? Don't tell me. You miss me so much. You want me to come home and hang out.
I mean...
Let me guess, Kindred is being a stupid fool. And you need me to beat him up. Or wait, maybe Galil got a pet owlbear for some reason. And is going out of control now.
He kind of smiles as you're like talking. And that warmth of familiarity kind of fills your heart for a minute as you haven't seen you haven't seen him in almost, so it feels like over a year now, but it's a friendly face. Well,
good to see you smiling. That's a plus. I'm glad that the age hasn't gotten you down like the rest of us.
I had to grow up fast.
What? I couldn't tell.
I have a favor to ask you.
Oh. What happened?
Well, you know how everyone's always getting into trouble. Things with the Empire have been kind of interesting lately. But that's not really what I'm here for. Galil's in trouble.
Wait, what? Not Kindred? Sorry, I thought you said Kindred's in trouble.
Kindred's
I was expecting it, and then you said Galil, and now my brain's confused.
Kindred's also in trouble, but that's a whole nother story.
So what happened to Galil?
Well, I think he's in hell. Sort of. Something like
I
that.
think I misheard you, kid. You said Galil's where?
He's in a dark place. And it's far from here. And at the moment, I can't spare sending everybody down to go get him. And I figured since you know darkness pretty well.
What? Never. Darkness. Darkness as I'm like scurrying over the dead body behind me. Like, what are you talking about?
I'm going... There's someone here in town that can put you in the right place. They can point you to find me. I have a city that I have hidden away.
Only for 1 year and you have a city?
It's a floating one. I think you might like it. In any case,
Okay.
I have one more person that I have in mind to help. I've got two already. Well, you'll see once you get to the city. I have to be
Why
quick.
do this to me? I hate surprises.
It's how things work now.
That's fair. So what happened? How did Galil end up in hell exactly? Did he get like some other crazy woman to like kill his pet and he just decided to go down to hell to chase them? Or...
Oh, Tempest. We have a lot to catch up on. And he kind of just smiles.
Here, so.
The sun, like, that is now kind of rising up over him, kind of makes you, like, bring your hand up a little bit to kind of shield your eyes. And as you do so, he's gone.
Good kiddo? Oh. Well, that was short-lived. Did you see that? That was my kid. Did you? No, you didn't.
The dead doppelganger is just like...
Why are you so non-responsive? That's not cool. I was presenting you to my kid. How rude.
The level of disrespect. And that's where we'll end for right now.